Alright, let's go ahead and get started. Hey everybody. I know, not a usual day and time in which I stream, but we missed the one on, well, Saturday for me, depending on where you watch it and when you watch it. You was on Saturday or not. But yeah, we missed that stream, primarily because it was just one of those days you get going and you fall behind and it's just not gonna happen. And that was one of those days. Which has been pretty much how the last few days have gone. Have you ever had that feeling where you're just kind of like out of sync with the rest of the world, like you're clapping on the offbeat? Feels like that. So still trying to get back in sync with the world around me, which included spilling much of my coffee earlier, so that's fun too. It's one of those things where it's just like everybody seems to be moving to a different beat than I am, and I need to get back on rhythm. But today, we're going to jump in and talk about some stuff, and a few different things, I think. I'm not sure how long we're going to go. This is kind of a secret surprise super holiday stream, or at least holiday here in the US, if you're watching it, depending on when you're watching it. Today is, what are we calling it now? It's not Columbus Day, it's not Indigenous Peoples Day, it's not Leif Erikson Day. It's one of those days. Anyways, it's supposed to be about the people discovering the Americas, or except for the people who are already, there were already people living here, so it's a bit silly. Anyways, that's the reason we're doing the stream today. Is simply because I got the day off. Why not? Let's hop on and do little things. So it might be a little interesting stream. I'm not sure exactly how long it's going to go. Might go longer than usual. Might go shorter than usual. I've got a few things we want to talk about. I also figured I need to do a little work and take down some of my notes for the last 2 sessions of my campaign I've been running, because I haven't done that because I'm a bad DM. So I need to do that. So I was like, well, we'll talk about some other things that I kind of had cooking in the background. So we'll do that as well. And we'll filter in some of that. And then, of course, we'll answer any questions or talk about whatever topics kind of come up naturally. We're going to try to keep this very loosey-goosey, very nice and easy, flowy, easy breezy, beautiful cover girl is what we're going to try to do. So that's our plan. We'll see how that goes. As if you are a Dungeon Master or Game Master, you probably know is like it doesn't really matter what your plan is for the session you're sitting out to do. It's probably not going to go how you want. It's probably going to go somewhat differently. But we'll go ahead and jump in. I think we'll just do our first topic, and then I'll do some of the note stuff, kind of sprinkle that in between, because it's I get the idea that it will be somewhat boring to watch me write notes from my campaign. And especially if you are a player in my campaign. Also, don't watch that. What are you doing? Don't do that. Because you will have lived it. Or your player characters will have lived it. You were there, is the important thing. So we'll go ahead and jump in. For the first thing that we're going to talk about today is I thought we would talk about... I said the Dungeon Alphabet when I was writing up the thing, and I went, that's not right. The Dungeon Alphabet's technically a different thing. I should know that, and why I'll... in mind is because I have the stupid book. By the way, check out this book. It is relatively thin, though. I think they're on the 5th edition of the printing. This is the 3rd edition? Expanded 3rd edition, yeah. Which I'm sure there's more stuff in it now. From Goodman Games. So it's got all that great, as you kind of saw in the thumbnail, all that great sort of like DCC style art that's in here. And in going with DCC, this book is very, very gonzo. And if you're not familiar with the book, I can just tell you a little bit about the book. So the book goes A to Z. It is literally the Dungeon Alphabet, and then each one is like a different thing. So we've got A is for altars. A is also for adventures. B is for books. B is also for battles. We can go down here. I is for inscriptions. N is for no stone left unturned. S is for statues. S is also for stairs. Undead, weird, xenophobia, yellow, zowie. But if you're not familiar with Dungeon Crawl Classics in general, this is a very old school type of game, so it's going to have very old school sensibilities, or sometimes lack of sensibilities, in that the sort of tables that are in here are very gonzo. Let's put it that way. There's a lot of weird stuff that maybe doesn't make sense. or at least how we would think about it. So let's say these dragon entries are really long. I don't want to read the dragon entry. Let's look at 30 results for a pulled lever, or lever, depending on where you're from. Let's do number 6. Freeze dangerous monsters to prowl the dungeon. Cool. Number 12. Magically cleans and refreshes the pooler. Okay. 17. Hidden door opens. 22. Saps the spirit of the puller, resulting in the loss of 1 random ability point. That's, again, old school kind of style. It's like, we're just going to take your stats. Number 30, one-armed bandit. Pulling this lever randomly increases or decreases the puller's personal money as determined by the referee. So it is a slot machine with using your gold purse. So anyways, we're not talking about that book, but it is a fun book. And I've got a few books that are like this, that have that very sort of old-school sensibilities to them. They're very fun, but they are also very gonzo, which, depending on the style of game you're running, can be a little difficult to kind of work into the plot. And that's not... So I've had this book for a long time, but I have picked up a new book recently. So I can show that off, I guess, while I'm thinking about it, because it's sitting here on my desk, as it should, because it is the Macmillan Visual Desk reference. So this is an older book. I think it came out in the 90s. Definitely not in print anymore. I put this in one of these. This is definitely going to become one of my probably favorite Dungeon Master Game Master books, simply because it is, I think of it as like a mini encyclopedia. Like, do you need to know about random stuff, which as a Dungeon Master Game Master I feel like I usually need to? Well, this has lots of stuff in it. It's got everything. We'll just flip over a few random pages here. The physical world, we've got zoology. A bunch of things here. We're talking specifically about, the senses. Hearing, sight, temperature. We've got major alphabets, communications, religion and philosophy. Up there a little bit. The arts and literature. Body and health. So, very interesting, to say the least. It is a slightly older book, so some of this stuff is probably not going to be correct anymore. Like, I'm pretty sure it probably still has Pluto in here as a planet. That's how old this book is. But a lot of that stuff, a lot of our understanding of science has not changed, or at least not in a way that would be meaningful for, let's say, a D&D campaign. But we'll have lots of cool ideas, because I feel like, at least for me, that my best ideas for D&D kind of come ripped from real-world aspects. And then you just throw a little fancy flair on it, or change things up a bit. So, I like that stuff. It's got a whole bunch of stuff. Everything from, like, how does refrigeration work, to parts of a sailing ship, to astronomy, to astrology, to constellations, to... As we saw stuff in there, there's stuff in there about, like, computers, and how they work, and very interesting stuff. So it is sort of a book that was just like, well, when you need to know some stuff, there's some stuff. It's also the sort of thing where it's like, if you needed some ideas, you could probably open it to a random page and be like, oh yeah, I can make something. I can make some sort of adventure off of this, or make some sort of encounter based off of this, depending on what it is. So that's sort of our, sort of what's been going on, at least for me. This is sort of the new thing that's in my D&D life. But today, let's talk about sort of the first topic that we wanted to hit on, which was not the dungeon alphabet, which is the book, but the RPG alphabet, which is something else I have. So, in my professional life, this is something that we would sometimes refer to as a swipe file. This is sort of a marketing advertising term. And the swipe file is basically a collection of things that you're like, oh, I like that thing, I want to save that thing so I can use it as a reference, and or, you know, like the best artists, steal that later. And that is a swipe file. So I just refer to it as an RPG alphabet because that's just how I organize it. And most of it's just sort of ideas. Now, we know the sort of common advice when it comes to when you have an idea for your game is put it in your game as soon as possible. Don't hang on to it. Just go, if you have the idea now, figure out a way to throw it in. And I am very much of that opinion. It's like, yeah, go ahead and throw it in as soon as possible. Sometimes, though, depending on what you're doing and what your campaign's about, you might go, this doesn't make sense. Or, I don't know how I'd work this in yet. And sometimes it's just nice to have a place where you can drop in that sort of stuff. It's just ideas for later, so when you're struggling with something to come up with an idea, you can just pull up the RPG alphabet, start going through it, or pick a random letter or number, whatever it is. Go in there and start messing around. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so you guys can see what I'm looking at. But I need to pull it in here. Alright, here we go. Here we go! Haha, we've done it. So I've had this for some amount of years, I think. And usually whenever I come across something that I think is a cool idea or a neat idea, maybe it's something I read in a book, maybe something I saw on a TV show or a movie, or just some random thing I came across or had a thought about stuff, I just got it in here if I can't find a way to pull it in immediately. And so we'll go through a little bit of it. Obviously yours would look very different. You just kind of start building off of it, because I don't even think everything's got stuff in here. There are definitely letters that don't have anything in them. It's also something I have to remember to do. As you would expect, the XYZs are pretty thin, as well as numbers. I usually don't hate just number stuff, but I could. Under Z, of course, we have ziggurat. But yeah, let's I'll just go through and kind of talk a little bit about each one, sort of why. We're not gonna go line by line, but just kind of point at some stuff and like why I like it, why it's in here. So we have arena down here. Arena is a very common one. Enough that I could probably actually take this out of here, but I do it numerous times, whether that's like a bear baiting pit, or it is sort of a more traditional Colosseum kind of aspect with gladiatorial combat. Could be a bare knuckle boxing ring. Anything that's like there's going to be some sort of like combat-ish thing to drop in somewhere. Like that one. Asp, of course. And I'll go ahead and add this as well. Asp, I'm going to go ahead and add adder. Just cool snake words. Cool snake words. You could also add Viper in there. Actually, Viper might be on... No, it's not under V. But it could be under V. Viper. Automatons. Yeah, straightforward. And of course, some of this stuff is like my own weird made-up stuff. Like Adjuvant, an arcane focus that turns life force into mana or spell energy, like spell slots. Or an avatar of the land that must be pleased or contracted to basically help you or not be working against you. So an avatar of the land could be something that druids might need to work with to ensure like crop fertility and stuff like that. We're going to be banishment, always a good one. Always good to have not enough banishment, I feel like, in my TTRPG games. It'd be like, sometimes people just, they just not allowed to be in places. Not like extra planar banishment, which comes up quite often, but more like you're exiled kind of banishment. Banknotes, that's something I use pretty religiously in my games. For those that are not familiar with banknotes are sort of the precursor of checking, personal checks. Essentially, you would give your money, you would have like your gold coins or whatever, and you go and put them in a mint, and then the mint would basically give you what is sort of like bearer bonds for like stock bonds, stocks or bonds. Basically, be like, we ensure that this person has this amount of money in our mint. And then that became its own sort of paper currency, and that's sort of where paper currency kind of comes from. Is that then the person you would go on a long trading mission, so that way you didn't have to carry like 10,000 gold coins with you. You could just carry like a stack of banknotes, and you would pay people there, and then they could collect those coins from that mint. But oftentimes, if you were trading with faraway people, obviously they're not going to go halfway across the world to get the money you didn't bring with you. So instead, they take it as its own tender, usually at sort of like a slightly depreciated price, and then they would trade that with other people and maybe try to get to a mint that was closer to them, or try to get hard currency out of it, and start to see things like currency exchange and stuff like that kind of builds up. As I knock the mic around. Again, I'm out of sync, my guys. Fully out of sync. We'll get there. So yeah, banknotes, love to put them in my game. It's a real world thing. Like I said, I think some of those best ideas come from real world stuff, and that's like mints are the precursor of banks and into checking and credit and all that fun stuff. Bear baiting we already talked about. Bedouins, having some people who live on the fringes, generally in sort of very rugged terrain, whether those are hill peoples or desert peoples and other nomadic types. Berserkers, Black Shuck. Black Shuck came up pretty recently, actually, in the festival thing that I ran. We put it in as one of the fake names. Black Shuck is very much a English thing. I think it's from technically England. Could be from Cornwall. I think it's English. British, we'll say that. We'll cover my bases. Essentially, it's a devilish black hound. The Darkness has a song about it. Who's seen sort of like wandering around with a big hairy black dog with burning red eyes. Attacks a church, I believe, in the actual story. Fun stuff. Block Mountain Pass, Blood Tarot. What's Blood Tarot? I don't remember when I wrote it down. Sounds cool though. Definitely need to figure out how to put that in there. Boardwalks across wetlands, yeah, clapper bridges, other stuff like that. Love me a good clapper bridge. Body Snatchers, bourgeoisie, bread and circuses, brothels, bullfighting. Tree coffin. I hadn't thought about that one in a long time. Dugout tree trunk with lid that's then buried in a mound. This one I just put in recently because I was just thinking about it because been listening to Night Vale, which is a very old podcast, but I've gotten to the point where I'm listening to more podcasts now, and so I was like, I needed something that was a little bit long running that would take me a long time to catch up on. And since Night Vale's been going on since 2012, I think it's done now. I'm not sure. So anyways, it's got hundreds of episodes for me to lock in. But they do talk about Buried City, and that reminded me of like the real Mary King's Close, and there's other parts of like Edinburgh that's underneath has parts of the city that are actually underneath the city, so it's kind of an undercity aspect where people lived and worked and did all that stuff. And then like, oh, I should throw some of that in my game at some point into one of the cities. Not just like a sewer system or like a Paris catacombs, but like a real like, no, there's actually an underground area of the city where people live. Now, I could stereotypically put dwarves in it, but I don't have to. And I probably wouldn't. Also got Cage and Coffin Hotels. If you're not familiar with that, go look it up. That's kind of sad, but also very interesting at the same time. Canterbury Tales. Yeah. Chamat. Thing to the Swamps can store anything she eats in her stomach and vomit it back up. That's from Roga of the Six Braves, which is an anime that got a short anime like OVA that got canceled. Very interesting though, and this was a very cool aspect of that character. Sis. Coin shaving, counterfeit coins. In courts, cranugs. Druids, deserters, a dream puzzle. Which actually we just played in my friend's game that he's running, that I play in. We actually just did a dream puzzle. Which was fun. Eulogy from Killjoys. Killjoys is like a sci-fi show, Canadian TV, I think. Very interesting. It's got a couple of episodes around it. It's pretty interesting. It's a criminal-only black market fenced casino. You must be a known criminal or accompanying one who vouches for you and have contraband. So it's very sort of like Tortuga kind of vibe. Contraband exchanged at 50% market price using Eulogy's casino currency. Contraband can be purchased at market price using casino currency. So it's got its own currency kind of going on. Once inside, you can exchange cash for casino currency. Eunuchs, another thing that doesn't show up very often in D&D games, but I'd like to put more in. Exile here. Banishment and exile are kind of two sides of the same coin. An eyeball ritual, yeah. So I'm trying to remember what I was thinking when I was writing this down, because I definitely pulled this from something, but I don't remember what it was. I think it was probably a show I was watching. Can't remember. Anyways, a ritual in which somebody can learn how to shapeshift into a different form using the eyeball. I think that I can't remember if the eyeball ritual means that they have to cut out their own eye and place a new eye in it, or if they just have to eat it. It's one of the two. I think they may have to cut out their own eye and place it in it. And that allows them to take that creatures or persons form, if I remember correctly, which is a 50-50, honestly. But cool, terrible body horror stuff to, if you want to make changelings seem real freaking weird in your game, you can do stuff like that where they find a bunch of corpses of like animals and people who have had an eye pulled out of them. Very interesting. The Fade Ring, hands, class, and faith, designed to show loyalty, love, and marriage, etc. I put that in recently. Fireboats, another one that's just a random history thing where you light basically rowboats on fire and push them into ships, trying to catch ships on fire. Gibbets, I have gibbets in my game all the time. Those are things where you see, like at the beginning of Pirates of the Caribbean, when they're sailing into port and you see the guys that are hanging in the cages, that's a gibbet. Usually skeletons hanging in cages. Or the beginning of Mad Mardigan and Willow is also in a gibbet. Grave Robbers, Guides, Hagia Sophia, Hinge, Hermetic Alchemy. I put this in here. The Interrupter. A magic weapon. Magic users that take damage from this weapon must make a concentration check or lose the ability to cast a spell until the end of the wielder's next turn. Very interesting. The idea being that in addition to dealing damage, it also sort of like interrupts their ability, the caster's ability to tap into the weave or whatever you're calling magic. Being able to sort of tap into the magical aspect of things. Interview, and this of course I think came from when I was reading the Caesar records of Gaul. Caesar's interviews with Gaul traders about Britain, its people, harbors, and landing points. A VIP NPC requests or orders an interview to pick a PC's brain about a subject. And the Iron King is just a cool name, I think. I don't think I got anything beyond that. Obviously that'd be a cool one for some sort of Warforged or automaton kind of thing. Could be an Iron Throne kind of situation. King of the Barrows. Lots of king stuff in the case. A Kingmaker, a general or mercenary captain who makes or breaks nations. Last Crown. Just a book. Man on the Mountain. Got a man on the mountain in my current game. They might be going to sea very soon. They might be going to see Halimeth, the hermit on the mountain, to pick his brain about something that's going on with the Vegapygmies that they just came across and had to fight. A small group of crazed Vegapygmies who they don't know, the PCs don't know yet. If you're a PC in my game who's watching this, stop doing that. But they are suffering from a lavender vine blight. But they don't know that yet. But once they figure that out, they'll have some opportunities to ask some different people about it. Halimeth is one of those people. There's Mila, the druid, they can go talk to. There's also another circle of druids they can maybe go talk to. They could, of course, go and talk to Bayfara. She might know something about it because it's in her lands. Bay is sort of equivalent title of like a baronet. So not quite a baron, but above sort of like a knight. So a minor landholder on the island. So, very interesting stuff they might come across. Mandate of Heaven, that's very standard stuff. Mass Amnesia, this is another Night Vale one that I was just listening to. Where the people in Night Vale only recognize that they missed a day in their lives only from people who had like handwritten journal or diary entries. Like all memories of people, all people's memories from that previous day had been wiped, as well as any sort of electronic records. So any sort of postings or emails or anything of that nature, like all that's gone. So it was only people who physically wrote something down by hand who they recognize, oh, we're missing a day. And then, that's a fun jumping off point. That's a super... I think it could be a really fun one-shot, or at least small adventure. Maybe even a 2 or 3 shot, depending on how much investigative work you want them to do for that. Figure out, okay, why are we missing a day? What's the cause of that? Is there some other, then your twist in the middle, like how does that situation get worse in some way as they find out something new, or Some other sort of, maybe you find out that people had in fact chosen amnesia by choice. They chose to forget that day because of something that happened. All sorts of weird stuff. A messer, which is kind of like a sword. I use messers sometimes. Miasma from the Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Midden pile, which is that's just a trash pile. Moray, the Inca ruin. Using music as a language, which has come up in a game that I've played in, not one I've run though. Natural disaster that unearths ruins or tombs. I've definitely done that before in a campaign. Nephilim, run that in. Getting into biblical kind of stuff if you want to rinse with that. But yeah, we start to see, like, we don't really need to go through all of this, but I do want to kind of show you the sort of things that I pick up on, and then, like, if I don't have a clear thing that I want to do, or it's definitely something I want to use more than once, such as oubliette. Throw oubliettes in my games every once in a while. They're fun. If you don't know what that is, it's basically just imagine a prison cell, but it's just a big hole in the ground with a grate usually at the top. You've probably seen it in some forms of media. Let me think of one that comes up pretty close. I think the one that jumps to my mind is Evil Dead Army of Darkness, because that's where they keep that sort of like creature and they toss ash down into in the very beginning. That's an oubliette. For sure. It's in a lot of stuff, so not hard to find. As it was, and I guess it still technically is a real thing. Penal colonies, poachers, pilgrims, proxy wars, public baths. I've got another puzzle locked in a dream unconsciousness. Very similar to the dream puzzle. Technically could be the same thing. Rostrum. We had the rostrum in our festival, actually. The rotating dining room of Emperor Nero. Haven't made that into a part of a game yet, but at some point I will. Definitely done salt production. Samaritan laws, which are very interesting. So this is a cool one too that I add. I try to add a little bit more realism into my game sometimes. Just based off of like historic accounts. So like we know that the idea of like an organized constabulary is a pretty new idea for the most part. So having these Samaritan laws are more about like, oh, people who live in a community together, they provide for the common defense, the common welfare, they provide hospitality, they have the hue and cry, which means that they basically act for their own law enforcement, which may or may not be mob justice. And travel and aiding those in need. Semaphore, which is something that comes up in my game pretty often. Any sort of visual communication or signaling, whether that's flags or fire or smoke signals or reflected light, trying to communicate over long distances using vision because, you know, they don't have telephones or telegraphs. Sieges, spaceships or stations in geosynchronous orbit. Spellsmith or spellwright, a person who specializes in crafting brand new types of magic spells. It's a very interesting one. A stupa, sweat lodges. Stepwells are one that I love to throw in there that don't come up. I feel like a lot of people, at least that I play with, maybe that's because we're US based, aren't very familiar with stepwells. We'll go ahead and look that up because they're very cool to look up or look at. Let's just look at an image of a stepwell. There we go. There's a stepwell. So yeah, and basically it's a big one. I like this picture. This is a good one. So yeah, I mean, it's just a like whatever the well is, but it's sort of like this grander facility kind of built up, and depending on the water level, you walk all the way down to get your water all the way back up. But it's cool, sort of geometric shape is a very cool image to kind of toss in a D&D game. Be like, oh, you come across this random thing that could be in a dungeon, or maybe it's out in the open. Maybe it leads into the dungeon itself. Maybe there's some sort of like cool cistern aspect that's under there that you can go into and deal with monsters and like, yeah, we throw them. They go down the step well. They go and they're able to get into an area that kind of looks like this. Very cool. all sorts of nasty monsters and who knows what else could be in there. There's some like large, yeah, here's good, nice large image. I mean, like, oh, it could be like a relatively large space we can do these into. Yep. Those are step wells, town criers, trackers. Trackers come up pretty often. Too lows, we can use too lows. I think I've shown the too low on stream before, maybe not. Never seen it too low. Well, these are, let's look at the outside. That's sort of what the outside looks like. Anyways, they're usually these square or rounded communal living spaces. It's sort of like a all-in-one kind of town aspect. Or village, I guess I should say. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, this is probably the best picture of it. Yeah, where basically everybody kind of lives in their own like little kind of townhome for the most part. So everybody's got like a 3-level residence, depending. I think there's probably not how it's always set up, but in general, there's usually like a public, and then a living spot, and then sort of a storage area. And they're meant to be like defensive, so obviously this would be a defensive kind of style town that you would put up to avoid being attacked by bandits or whatever. And they're very common in this one specific part of China. Undead labor force, well, if anybody's familiar with the red mages, or the red wizards, they very much uses undead labor force. Urbino is a very interesting city. If you want to read about or learn more about that, I'd say check out the Extra History series on YouTube. And they have like a short, I think like 3-part series about Urbino. Vikings or Sea Raiders or pirates. Bronze Age collapse kind of stuff. Throw that in there. The Vox Populi. This sort of Gaelic ramparts. Stone walls filled with rubble and use a log lattice like rebar and concrete to provide a wall that is difficult to batter or burn down. Washerwoman. Water pool is a portal to a different plane. I did use that in the one shot, I think maybe last year? I was doing where they used it as a way to get into essentially the Shadowfell. They had to do basically a ritual and pass through a standing pool into a similar pool in the Shadowfell and come out of that. And then they had a certain amount of time to do this mission, get back through, or else the portal was going to close. This weapon, so I toyed with the idea of having a weapon that has sort of its own proponents engraved into it, so you would know that it's like a +2 sword. So it talks about like how well it's designed and how effective it is. Maybe instead of like in a very sort of like +2, it might be like some sort of like small stanza or something like that. Some sort of poetic way. And at some point I'm going to stop hitting the mic, but it's not right now. Having that engraved into the weapon and being able to check that out and determine with that, because I think one of the things that I often see for a lot of D&D games specifically is coming up against people who parties that either don't have the identify spell or forget the identify spell costs money. And so if you make it cost money, because I think it's 100 gold to cast it, which is a lot of gold for a low level party. Now once you get up into higher levels, it's no big a deal. And everybody instead wants to kind of do the thing where it's like, oh, well, I'll spend a short rest just looking at it too, instead of using the identify spell. And it's like, no, the identify spell's there for this specific reason. We should use the spell that's here specifically for this thing. But this would be like a way to potentially get around it, or at least give them a vague idea of what's going on if I wanted to use that sort of poetic stanza kind of language about it. And then the Whispering Gallery is an architectural thing that happens, which is basically using sound to put in a position where you can hear people having a very quiet conversation in a very specific place, even though you're not really particularly close to them. I don't know if there's a good image of that. It's kind of a hard thing to see in an image. It's something you kind of really need to watch a video about. the Grand Central Terminal Whispering Gallery. Anyways, that's sort of what it is. It's supposed to be like, it keeps people from being able to basically have secret conversations without them being overheard. And so it deals a lot with sort of like the curved architectural and using the way that sound bounces off to do that. I think I got that from a series I watched on sort of like ancient world architecture, where it came up, and I think it might have been, gosh, might have been an Indian building. I can't remember. And then we have Ziggurat at the end, which is just a step pyramid. But yeah, this is a resource that I use time and time again. It's a fun thing to just be like, hey, whenever you come across something that's cool and maybe you don't have a spot to throw it into your campaign right now, or even if you do and you're like, but this is something that I want to bring up more and more, you may come and take that and toss it into here. Like things I have in here are like cloisters, which come up more. I'm trying to introduce more and more sort of like religion as not just it's a very important part both of a we'll say scientific Enlightenment world, I guess we'll put it that way, or pre-industrial world, but also as we have a number of classes that are directly tied to religion in D&D, but it's very, very rare as the game that I see where those religions actually matter in any sort of significant way. It's just sort of like hand waved, like, oh yeah, and then there's like this gigantic global organization over here. Don't worry much about that. Like, I feel like that should probably be a pretty important part of your game then, if it's a, you know, a pan-global, pan-continental organization that is in historically often times more powerful than individual nations. Seems like maybe they should have an important part of your world then. I'm trying to do stuff like that. So cloisters are pretty common. And especially liking this one, like to keep noble teens out of trouble. If you've never watched, oh gosh, what is the name of that movie? It's based off the play. Is it The Little Hours? Is that what it's called? Yeah, The Little Hours. It's a comedy film. Go check it out. It's funny. It's about some nuns, or girls who are. I don't think they're technically nuns yet. Anyways, the whole point is that one of the things that cloisters did, especially nunneries, is to kind of like keep noble teens, especially female teens, typically what they would say out of trouble. So, you know, if you wanted to make sure that they were able to marry into a good family and do the things that a young woman of that age was supposed to do for their family, you needed a way to sort of basically lock them up to keep them from, you know, being teenagers, essentially. And so they would do that. And The Little Hours deals with that. It deals with those sort of people who are in that situation. And like I said, it's also a comedy, so it is quite funny. And it deals with exactly that sort of stuff. But yeah, it is something that I've pulled up a few times in some of my games where you have somebody who's run away from the nunnery and they're like, don't take me back there. I don't like it there. They're holding me against my will. Or the sort of people who are running there because they don't want to conform to the other sort of expected gender roles of the time period. So generally there was a like, well, you're either going to become a married woman or a nun, and there's not really a lot of options in between, especially for women. But also a good course for men, even if they're of noble birth. Unless they are the eldest son, they're not going to get any inheritance usually. So it is also very original to like the Puss in Boots story, where it's actually he's the youngest of 3 sons of a miller. I can't remember, 3 or 4 sons of a miller. So obviously he won't get anything. So his inheritance, like when his father dies, is like cat. And then that story goes off from there. Cat ends up being a worthwhile investment. Clothing communication, how using adding clothing in your game in a way that allows it to communicate things about the people who wear it. So their age, their class, their gender, and their sort of marital status. Very interesting. So we can also do like, and because this under class, you would also put things like sumptuary laws. Alright, well, can't spell either today. Fine, we're here. We're doing the best we can today, so bear with me. So yeah, sumptuary laws, if you're not familiar, are these laws that were basically put into place as sort of this growing middle class started to happen. So you had this old nobilities, who landowners, and then you had this upcoming middle class who had made a bunch of money, usually like mercantile, artisan kind of things, but weren't landholders. And of course, they wanted to start dressing like the nobility, and the nobility, obviously, we don't want dirty commoners dressing like us. They are not the same as us. We are the peerage. So then they would enact these laws that were like, oh, well, you can't, if you're not noble, you can't wear shoes that are this long. That's where you get like those weird shoes with the super long toes that curl around. That all that stuff kind of comes out of sumptuary laws. Very, very silly kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's everything as far as RPG alphabet is concerned. So this is a great way, like I said, it's kind of like a swipe file, which is your ability to like, oh, I saw something I like, I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna pluck it, I'm gonna drop it right in here, and then whenever I need something later, I'll come back to this file, kind of go through it and be like, this looks interesting, I'm gonna add this back in. So lots of fun stuff like that. I'm gonna capitalize this. Barrows, bartering, bread and circuses, bourgeois, bullfighting, all sorts of stuff that's in here. There's bear baiting in here too, right? Yeah. Something that has come up in my game a few times, I do like him, put him in here, and I haven't put this guy in here, is rat catcher. The distinct and proud history of rat catchers. Which then can lead you down to like Piper, the violinist of Hamelin, which is essentially the same story as the Pied Piper, and dealing with rat catchers. But yeah, that's RPG alphabet. That's all we really need to hit on there. I am pretty much out of coffee. Which is more of a me problem than I guess a you problem. But it is. So we'll set that over there. We'll get out this guy. Some delicious, cool, refreshing water. There. Tasty. Alright, so we're going to move on from that. Let me go ahead. I'll throw it back to us. And like I said, I wanted to do one of the things I want to do. I don't really want to do it. If I wanted to do it, I would have done it already. One of the things I need to do is put in some notes from my last session. Last two sessions, technically. So yeah, I'm just going to do that real fast. If you guys have any questions about that as I go through it, of course you could ask. We're gonna try to knock this out pretty quickly. I think I did session 20. Man, I might be 3 sessions behind. I might be way behind actually. Let me pull that up so I can look at it really quickly, because I have not been good about it lately. The problem is that we play later in the evening, so by the time I get home and actually are trying to like handwrite out some recap notes, I get very sleepy, and my handwriting very much suffers, as does my recollection. So it doesn't always go super well, or sometimes I stop like halfway through it. The problem is like if I don't do it in the next day or two, then I probably won't remember that much about it, other than sort of like the main points. I'll forget the details, which I don't necessarily want to do. So let's go to session prep. Here we go. Did I do my recap? I did do the recap for 20. Okay, perfect. So what we need to do is recap for 21 and 22. So I'll do 21. Then we'll probably look at something else. We'll come back and do 22. I think maybe we'll do the we'll already be kind of looking at the festival stuff, so we'll just take a look at the festival stuff. We can jump back and look at basically that session 20. 20 through 22 is all festival stuff. So we're going to be jumping right into the middle of the festival, but that's... Alright, nope, that's session 20. I need session 20, I need session 21. Okay, yeah, session 21, here we go. Alright, here, I guess I can throw it over. Anyway, you guys can look at it. So I'm doing the recap. So we've done 22 sessions of this current campaign. For some people, and I was talking with my partner about this earlier, is that a lot of people, a lot of DMs, I feel like definitely start to burn out around this point. I don't really feel very burned out on my campaigns, but the way I do campaigns is a little bit different. It's very similar to... I was watching one of the more recent DnD videos, which if you're watching me on YouTube, the likelihood that you know who DnD is pretty high. But in case you didn't for some reason, DnD is another sort of YouTube personality talking about primarily D&D, but also other games. We're talking about sort of burnout, and one of the potentially primary reasons why specifically D&D Dungeon Masters burn out is because so much of the creative load of creating the campaign is on us as Dungeon Masters. Now, this is something I've come to know pretty well, especially with this campaign, because this campaign, when I was pitching it to my players, I talked about, okay, so the way that I run campaigns is a little bit different. I tend to have a little bit more character-centric campaigns, meaning that, like, you guys will need to provide some of the impetus for things to move. And so there was a lot of portions of, like, sort of the earlier parts of the campaign where not a lot happened, because these are all the players that I have. Most of them are very much only from the 5e 2024 style of playing, so they're not familiar with an idea in which they need to be the primary movers and shakers of the game. And we talked about it a number of times. We readdressed it again after a while, because I was like, hey, because they were getting frustrated because they were still level 1. I was like, you guys are going to continue to be level 1 until you guys decide to do something. And you guys haven't really decided to do anything. You're just kind of farting around town, which is fine. I don't have any problems with you doing that. It makes prep relatively easy. I don't have to prep a lot when you guys haven't made a decision on what you're going to do. But at the same time, if you want levels, the way that I do levels, specifically in this game, but just generally how I run the game anyways, is that you get a level basically once you accomplish something notable within the world. So usually that means, like, you finish an adventure. Now, because I don't run, like, huge, long, like, Curse of Strahd style adventures, I usually run adventures that are probably going to take us somewhere between... with this group's a little bit slower, I feel like, than other groups I've had. So somewhere between maybe 3 and 6 sessions. Like, if we go through that, we go through a dungeon or whatever, an overland, whatever the adventure is, and you bring that adventure to a conclusion, doesn't necessarily mean you have to be successful. You can fail in it, but still bring that thread to a conclusion. Then you will gain a level because you have done something notable, very milestone, as you have reached a milestone within the campaign. So they've done that. That's why we're 22 sessions. We're going into session 23, and they're still only second level, because there's a lot of stuff that's just kind of farting around. Now, the last 3 sessions have been nothing but a festival. Like I said, this group their play style is very slow. Not bad. It's just what it is. So we're not holding that against them, and I'm not complaining about it. I have no problem with that they're going slow. Like I said, it makes my life easier. But I do think that there is this idea that because so much in a traditional D&D game, 5e 2024 game, is that whether you're using one of these guys, I know you can't see them quite, but like Curse of Strahd, stuff like that, one of those sort of like big adventure path books. This idea is that, there is this tendency with players to be like, I just need to show up and the plot will happen at me. Rather than being like, from my idea, which little bit more like you are in the driver's seat. What do you want to do? What do you want to do for your character? Your character should have personal goals, things they're trying to accomplish, and reasons, or motivations for doing that. So you need to be a little bit more in depth with that. So we did that. We had some conversations. We came back. Now I have stepped in and added a little bit more, but it is very much. It's still not what I would consider the standard 5e 2024 thing, where it's just like I built out a plot and you guys are just on the rails to go through it. Like, nope, there's stuff that happens, and depending on your guys' level of involvement in it, will depend on how important that is, maybe to an overall plot, and how it connects to other things that are happening in the world. So it's very loosey-goosey. It's just a different way to do it, and I think I find it to be a better way to do it than sort of the 5e 2024 approach, which kind of assumes that you need to decide what your campaign is going to be before session 0. They're like, I have no idea. I have no idea what they're going to find important until we get into the game, because they don't even know their characters. How are they going to know what sort of thing they're going to want to play until they get into it? So usually it's like that first adventure is like just a primer adventure or primer adventure, where it's just like they're figuring out their player characters, are trying to figure out what's important to them, or trying to understand what the world's kind of like, what the campaign's going to be a little bit like, and then from there, then we start figuring out what the actual campaign's going to be. So I know that's not necessarily the way most people do it, but I do find that's also why I don't feel like I burn out on it, because I'm like, I still don't know, even at this point, the true extent of what the campaign's going to be. Like, I have ideas, and those ideas are starting to cement themselves through play, but I'm doing it through play and letting the play dictate the direction the needle will point for the campaign. Because there's no point in me like setting up all this thing for a campaign and then the players aren't into it, or they fail at some critical juncture, or whatever it is. So it's just a slightly different way of doing it. Well, let's jump into the recap. Okay, well, now it's in an awkward place because my microphone is right where I'm trying to look at. All right, so Zarnak decided to keep the axe. Oh goodness, what are you doing? Get in there. Zarnak decides to keep the axe. So there's a magic axe that he was originally going to turn in for a different magic item. You're going to swap it out for a different magic item at the festival. Decided in the end to keep it, though. Which I think was the right move. Would maybe even be better if he gave it to the person it probably should go to. But whatever, the fighter can have the weapon. So he decided to keep the axe. Oh yeah. Caleb bought an expensive... Not 40, Tingy. Holy symbol of the Naiad, which is one of the gods, or divine beings, I should say, in our world. I know I did this before, but we'll go ahead and do that. I'll just show you. Yeah, it's kind of what it looks like. Can you hold on? Let me show this off. There we go. All right. So yeah, that's the Naiad. That's sort of like their little portrait of them. It's the Naiad's a divine being. It's generally about water. This is the Naiad festival that they're at. That's why it's important. That's why he bought a. But it's a little piece of coral that's been carved into a holy symbol. Hop back over there. There you go. I know, I just want to show off the Naiad again. Holy symbol of the Naiad. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and put this down on a different line. That's fine. And Caleb gets jumped by drunk acolytes for having a dead man's name. Yeah, new holy symbol is broken. Almost immediately after getting it. Broken. The acolytes. having a dead man's name. So we have a character. Oh goodness. Here. Yeah. So Caleb, who is our cleric in the party, has a dead man's name. Is definitely not that person. We have a classic PC who's got the classic amnesia, so he has a dead person's name that somebody else gave to him, and technically that person's father. But these people knew who that was, and were obviously upset because you have somebody who's pretending to be somebody that they are not. And they got a little bit of the booze in them, and then decided to get in a fight about it. Caleb really got his clock clean though in this fight, and they got in a fist fight in the festival. Really got jumped by like 3 drunk acolytes who wailed on him pretty good, and broke his new holy symbol, which is unfortunate. Just looking at my notes, stuff that I actually need to put in here. Oh yeah, our perpetrators. Is that right? Yeah, no. Sent back to the Void Temple for their actions. So they got sent home without their dinner. That's sort of their punishment there. Caleb goes off to sulk. About the incident, we'll put it that way. Zarnok and Swain clown on Sahar, who is an NPC that they know. That's the, as we talked about earlier, that's the rat catcher. The rat catcher for being bad at the seashell game. Which essentially, by the way, is 3-card money. But then proceed to both fail miserably at the seashell game. So, a little retribution there. They both rolled quite poorly. And, yeah, really got good money taken away from them by the person running the 3-card Monty. After they made fun of an NPC for not doing it well. Alright, I think next up is Pearl taking some time to talk. Nope. Oh yeah. Zarnok beats competition, including Monkey Man for Lamy. Underdog victory in the oyster speed shucking competition. So, in this festival, there's a bunch of like little competition booths. And if you win one of these competitions in one of the booths, you get a small stone. The people who collect the most amount of stones end up being like sort of the Naiad court, which is sort of like a prom court kind of thing for the festival. And it proves themselves as being some of the most eligible bachelors and bachelorettes of the island. So there's a lot of competition around it, but mostly good humor. And also, the Naiad is very much a sea divine figure. So that's why you see a lot of like seashells and oysters and seafood and that kind of stuff that kind of comes up. She's also one of the primary divine figures around love and heartbreak and that sort of stuff. So this is a festival. This is a spring festival, so it's a bit like mix of Easter and Valentine's Day and May Day kind of all wrapped in together. plus kind of a county fair kind of feel to it. Oh yeah, Swain met with his buyer. His buyer, a human haberdasher. Strange that they are a haberdasher who's buying this stuff. And buying what is essentially banned books. And also strange that they are human, because we know in this part of the campaign world, humans are not very common. They're actually quite rare. This is the one sort of like sliver of the world in which humans aren't really a thing. You go west, there's humans. You go east, there's humans. But in this narrow, I say narrow, on a global scale, narrow strip of sort of area, there aren't a lot of humans. So it's interesting that there's a human here. Human haberdasher. He has a sewing needle and shears bracelet pendant. So, this is one of the parts that, unfortunately, our dear characters missed, is that that pendant has a interesting form of maker's symbol. So the maker's is another one of the gods of the world. It, primarily, as you might expect, the maker god is kind of in charge of like making stuff. So there's a lot of like guild people and artisans and craftspeople who obviously have a lot of reverence for the maker. His point not recognized as being similar to Cult Janus symbol. The Cult of Okeanos, they went through an Okeanos facility, old facility, in their last adventure and kind of went through that. But unfortunately, Swain was the only one who was there. Swain's not particularly perceptive. Not really the right person to pick up on this, not trained in religion either. So, unfortunately, just missed that. So that is a thing that they have missed. But at least the player who's playing Swain is very sort of like zoned in and being like, I have missed something. There's something going on here, and they're starting to try to figure out how to put the pieces together. They know something's going on. They just don't know what it is yet, because they have unfortunately just haven't rolled well enough. But they're finding their way. They have at least recognized something is, in fact, afoot. That was most of it. And did not see the gems. Or gemstones. Fire asked about. Actually, I think he technically asked about the jewelry box. Then. Well, fix that. That's not how you spell jewelry. The buyer specifically was looking for like a jewelry box kind of thing. They did not find that. I'm trying to say, pays on confidence. Pays on confidence. And purchases Swain's cart. Cart for transport. So Swain had brought this in. He had gotten all these goods from the Flaming Pike, which is a ship of smuggling origin. That's the banned books and stuff. All that stuff came in a big crate. They looked for somebody on the shore to sell it for them. Swain agreed. He had had some middling, we'll say middling affairs with members of the Flaming Pike before. So they struck the deal. Thorin is a dwarf that went with him to sort of like oversee the operation from the Flaming Pike's perspective. And so he had to buy a cart to move this big crate and take it here for the buyer. And they've learned along the way that what was in the crate, which was a bunch of not technically banned, but let's say things that the Caliphate would not be happy that they had. And they could potentially get arrested for, but probably not, depending on who found them out. And they brought that there for the buyer, and they sold it to the buyer. The buyer buys it all in one big lot, is looking for a very specific item in there, but doesn't see it in there, and Swain did not see it in there either when they were going through the stuff. But indeed, the buyer decides to go ahead and buy the entire crate on the confidence that what he thinks is in there, even though he cannot see it. But also didn't spend a lot of time looking for it. That's something for our characters to figure out later, and how that pertains to the overall plot. Let's see. Caleb receives a quiet moment of encouragement from the halfling courtesan Pearl. Pearl to not let acolytes ruin his first festival on the island. Basically, she's like, yeah, I know something really bad happened to you, but maybe don't dwell on it. There's still a lot of festival left. Like, try to enjoy yourself. Don't let these three idiots have ruined it for you. She also took his broken holy symbol and will have it fixed or repaired / replaced. Pearl already owes them a solid for helping her with Clovis, her capybara, who was capybara napped, I guess, instead of kidnapped. And these bandits tried to ransom Clovis to her, and she asked for their help. Specifically, they've been on okay terms. They've been on good terms since then. But previous to that, they had been on kind of eggshells around stuff about some bad things that they had done, some undue attention they had brought to Pearl's doorstep, and as a person who has a very specific place in society as a courtesan, and also that is very dependent upon her reputation and the company she keeps, that they kind of had to she had to basically kick them out of her house and not be seen with them. All fun stuff that's happened in this campaign thus far is they're in the way that they have dealt with NPCs and the way NPCs have dealt with them. So Caleb does that. Everybody joined the quiz game. The quiz game was a lot of fun. I'll talk a little bit more about it because I want to go through the entire thing, kind of what it was. We'll look at my actual sort of like notes for the session, so we can, especially with the quiz game, because we'll look at specific questions, because I wrote specific questions for the quiz game. And joins. The fun thing about the quiz game is that I created questions that all dealt with things that had happened in the campaign thus far. So it's something that they could roll on, and that would give them better choices. That would basically knock out some not right things in the multiple choice question, but also if they had been taking good notes during it, they knew they would have all the answers to the questions. Because it all pertains to specific things that the party have dealt with in the campaign already. Or would have known through the campaign. Everyone joins. Who ends up winning? I think Caleb and Swain, right? Caleb and Swain get a perfect score. There's only 5 questions. The perfect scores. Not much else to say about that. I was just very proud of them that they took such good notes that they were able to get. The 2 of my players got a perfect score on it. Now one of those they probably didn't earn. One of them they thought they knew what it was, and then I said something, and they realized that the answer that they thought it was definitely not right, and then found the right answer. So, really, only one of them got the perfect score, but you know, we'll give it to Swain just in case. That's my fault. I shouldn't have tipped my hand so far. So, doesn't really change a whole lot of things, but it was funny. But I am very proud of them for taking good notes and being able to know so many of these answers without any help. In addition to that, it's the quarter staves contest. Oof. Yeah, the quarter staves contest was rough. All the PCs lost. All the PCs lost, including Zarnok's anticipated bout with Halil. Halil, many a bet, not best, many a bet was placed on. Man, it's so hard to type when they have a mic in front of me like this. Yeah, I mean, I could go into more specifics about it, but that's pretty much what happened. And all you need to know is that my players did not roll well for that competition. They rolled very poorly. And so we got the nice high at the quiz game where everybody did really well, and then immediately just tanked it when it just came to rolls for the quarter staves contest, including our fighter, who should have been, you know, everything was set up for them to be successful here, and then, man, sometimes just the rolls aren't there. And let's see, after that, we had a break time. We'll talk a little bit more about it when I go into the specifics of running the festival, but basically I did there are 12 total, technically 13, but 12 total contests that they can do as part of the festival. So after every 4, I put in a little break time. It's like, hey, if you had a player character who decided not to do something, do one of the contests during the block of contests, you get this time to do some of the stuff that's outside of that. You get this break time where we kind of focus on what you do instead, where they can go buy food and then go talk to NPCs and go see some of the people playing music and other sort of games that are not for the competition, etc. Stuff like that, gambling, all that kind of fun stuff. We did break time. This is the last break time, so I kind of gave everybody a chance to do something just because it ended up taking 3 sessions of time, and I didn't want to get too far in this session based off of what I knew was going to happen. I didn't want to end it at a weird spot. So I'm like, okay, I want to make sure that there was time for, especially somebody like Zarnok, who hasn't really had any downtime activities, have the ability to do something that's not just straight up competitions, because he's been pushing for the competitions the whole time because he wants to place in the court at the end. So in the break time, that's before the ceremony of winners. What do we have? What did people do during that? Oh. Yeah, Caleb looks for a guard, runs into Charles Rogel, a recurring Bloody Heather mercenary guard, who is always just about this close to realizing that one or more of my player characters are doing something shifty. Who is inspecting the stall permit with Thorn. This is important because Thorn, who is the dwarf who's working with Swain, they did not have a permit for their stall at the fair. So Swain had to, you know, forge one pretty quickly, and Thorin helped him with that. And so it's a good one, but it still gets inspected, and this is the person who ends up being inspecting it, because of course it is, because Charles Rogel is always all up in their business. Unfortunately, for myself, Charles Rogel is just like a dude. So he does not have the greatest stats for anything. He's not particularly good at like investigation or insight or anything like that. He's just kind of a guy. But he's constantly just around the action that's happening, and he has this idea that something's not right because they have said a bunch of weird stuff and done a bunch of weird things around him. And though he can't quite put the pieces together yet, he knows that these people are weird and doing something, they're up to something. He just doesn't know what or why or how or when or where. But he knows something's happening. So yeah, so comes up to Thorin. They have a little talk. Primarily as Caleb review the permit for authenticity. Which I think my players forgot when this was happening in the session, but it was very funny. Here, I'll pull this down so you guys can get a little bit more of what I'm talking about. So it was very funny to have this kind of happen, because I know that my players in the moment had forgotten this, but I hadn't. Is that Charles Rogel, we know canonically, in the lore, well, I shouldn't say canonically, they're pretty sure he cannot read and write. So he's looking at a permit, which presumably he can't read or write, but I think my players forgot about that. So then he hands it to the other guy to look at and was like, does this look legit to you? And so of course that character's caught off guard, like, what? I guess? But anyways, Caleb went looking for a guard, found the guard, takes Caleb to the bailiff to seek out the acolytes. That's how they learn that the acolytes aren't here anymore. That's it. Bailiff doesn't really reprimand Charles Rogel this time, but he's about to. But Charles Rogel hasn't done anything wrong, because Charles Rogel has rubbed some people the wrong way trying to pursue our player characters with really no evidence to support that, other than just a lot of pieces have a lot of question marks around them. Which goes back into very, very early in the campaign, where Swain went and broke into the cooperage and did a bunch of weird stuff in there with some half-elves. 2 half-elves from the Flaming Pike, actually. And that's sort of his previous business with the ship, the smuggling ship. So they learn that they're gone. That's pretty much all that ends up with. Swain, right. Swain investigates the booth where Zarnok was trying to trade his weapon, axe, and saw the divining cultists earlier. So he's trying to figure out what's going on, that these cultists seem to be hanging around at the same place that Zarnok was. And they've got these people who have been kind of in the crowd or looking around in the crowd, like they're doing like divining rituals, trying to they're clearly looking for something in the crowd, but they don't know what. Player characters don't know what. Each of them, I think at this point, has now seen them individually at different times doing this. And saw the booth earlier. So he's trying to figure out what's going on with them. He doesn't really get a whole lot of information for that. Oh, no. They were looking for... That's right. He discovered They were looking for a bracelet with red stones. Carnelians, actually. But that's a weapon seller, and the weapon seller is like, I don't deal in jewelry, so I have no idea why they were over here trying to ask me questions about a bracelet. They were very insistent, though. And they moved on from that. And so they kind of goes like, who would know about that magic / arcana? Perhaps the Quizmaster. So Swain revisits the Quizmaster. Which... actually, she gives him a number of different places. The vendor gives him a number of people. So let's do that. So we have the Quizmaster. Halamith. We talked about that guy earlier. Halamith, the man on the mountain. The Quizmaster Balam, that's his name. Or Bayfara. So kind of gave him 3 options, like, here's 3 people you could potentially talk to who might know something about this. Bayfara, gonna be hard to get an audience with. She's noble, you don't really have a reason to talk to her, and unless you're coming with some sort of letter of introduction or something, unlikely that maybe she's gonna see you. She a busy lady. Halamith, the man on the mountain, you want to go talk to the crazed hermit who's on top of a mountain surrounded by fire-breathing birds? Well, you guys, the party's already had one encounter with those fire-breathing birds before, as they passed by Halamith's place. Did not go well. Imagine some big ostriches who also shoot fireballs out of their mouth. Not great. Not a fun place to be. But Balam the Quizmaster is in fact here, and he's already met him and been around him. We'll do it here. They visit the Quizmaster. Learns that ether is the secret 5th element. Struggles, jeez. Struggles to understand as not trained in Arcana. Yeah, so the Quizmaster was a fun encounter to play as a dungeon master, but probably somewhat confounding from players. The Quizmaster lives to their name, and what I wrote down here in my notes was Magic Man sucks. Which is a Adventure Time reference with Magic Man. And I was definitely trying to channel that Magic Man energy into the Quizmaster as a guy who is very much like talks in circles and riddles and around himself. He takes his title as Quizmaster very seriously, apparently. And confounds Wayne with vague answers. Well, I'll say vague. What we really should say is vague non-answers. Just a fun roleplay thing to just kind of throw in. And also, like, you just ask kind of a... maybe, like, having a very serious, like, in-depth science question and going and talking to... what's a good example? Like going and talking to the host of Jeopardy about it and be like, I mean, how much real good information do you think the guy who runs Jeopardy is really going to give you? instead of asking a scientist. Probably not great. So yeah, that was just a fun kind of throwaway encounter, just trying to bring things back, and it was just also just not very good rolls on Swain's part, unfortunately. We got struck with a run of not very good rolls towards the end of the session for everybody, pretty much. But also gave him is the Hierophant is the most knowledgeable around. And the Hierophant, again, is another sort of like divine figure. There's a monastery to the northeast, off the island. So again, giving them a place, and this is a very important thing to learn as Dungeon Master as you kind of go through it, is that you don't always... There are going to be investigative parts of the game in which your players are going to look for answers. Now, a lot of the time, there may not be, like in this situation, you went and asked the Jeopardy host about this very specific thing that deals with magic. The Quizmaster doesn't probably really know, but the Quizmaster's also not just going to tell you, hey, I don't know, because that's not really his vibe. So he kind of gives you all these non-answers, kind of vagaries about stuff. That's kind of the extent of his literal trivial knowledge about stuff, about such things. But will point you, because he can't give you a specific answer, he will give you a place in which you can go potentially find the answer. So you'll see that's kind of how this interaction goes. Goes to... Like, let's go back up here to what Swain did during during their little, like, showcase. So, they go to investigate the booth where Zarnock was trying to trade the axe and saw the divining cultists at that booth earlier. He had seen that. He knew they were there. He wants to know about them because they're acting weird. He discovered that they were looking for a bracelet with red stones. So, got a very sort of concrete piece of evidence about what's going on. And then asked the dealer, because the dealer's like, I don't know, they were really pushy about it, but I also don't sell that stuff, so I don't know why they were coming to me about it. So there's also a little mystery as to why specifically were they at this booth, and why is it the same booth that Zarnock was at? Are those related or not? Spoiler alert, they are. So then they figure that out. So, they do that, and he goes, alright, well, I'm asking you, you're a trader, you deal in magic items. Who is somebody who would know something about this? Well, there is Halameth, the man on the mountain. He's a real weird dude. He knows a bunch of weird stuff. There is Bayfara. She's maybe like an amateur magician kind of person. Also has a lot of resources at her disposal as a noble, but also kind of difficult to get in touch with, to get an audience with, as just a regular random person on the street. Or you could ask Balam the Quizmaster, who is here, who might know something. That guy knows a little bit about a lot of things. And so he goes, all right, well, I got a little bit of concrete information out of this NPC, and also some leads on other people I can talk to. All right, well, I'm still here, so I'm going to go talk to the Quizmaster, who is still here. The Quizmaster's packing up, getting ready to leave at this point, because their thing's over. The contests are over. The ceremony's about to start. He doesn't need to be there for the ceremony. So he's packing stuff up, getting ready to leave. This is your only opportunity to basically talk to him unless you track him down again. Talks to Balam. Balam just really leaned into like the Magic Man sucks, the Quizmaster kind of aspect. Like this guy is very, very pumped up on his own circumstances on this day of all days where he is the ceremonial Quizmaster. So he kind of confounds Swains with all these vague non-answers, and kind of but does give him the concrete information that ether is considered sort of that secret fifth element. So you have that sort of traditional 4-element structure where you have fire, water, wind, earth, ether, which is sort of the in-between that talks about it being sort of the transmutational aspect of in-between elements. And he goes, oh, well, he's told you everything he could, which he told you a very important thing, which is the ether And this was related to the Ethermaster Suite, which is the name of the portrait that was sort of the passcode for the buyer to get that stuff out of the crate. And they're like, okay, so now the stuff in the crate is somehow tied to those cultists potentially looking for stuff. Okay, so now threads are starting to come together in a very vague way. And, alright, who else can I go to talk about that? Well, the Hierophant is the most knowledgeable person when it comes to matters of the arcane and magic. And, of course, being a divine figure is like, you asked who, I told you the Hierophant is. If you want to find somebody, obviously you're probably not going to be able to talk to the god, so you're going to want to talk to somebody who's around the god or devoted to the god, and let you know about there's a monastery to the northeast off the island that you can go to. Now, this is actually the second time that that monastery has come up, because Caleb's character, Caleb, the character, not Caleb's character, Caleb's the name of the character. Caleb actually had a conversation with somebody who was coming back from a trip to that monastery, who's coming back home from it. On a little pilgrimage thing, they were looking for answers about stuff, and being the god of knowledge, that's who they decided to go to. So this is the second time the monasteries come up. So there's always there's a bunch of locations in this sort of campaign world, which I can bring up, no, that's not right. Yeah, let's do that. I'm just gonna throw it over here so that way we can look at it real quick. So. There we go. So this is sort of the area that the campaign's happening in right now. So each one of these little hexes is about 2.5 miles across. So they're sort of in... Oh, you guys can't see my corner. That's all right. We're towards the middle of the island right now. And the monastery is all the way on the right. If you see that little section... is that correct? Why do I feel like this is missing stuff in it? I believe it is. That's fine. But you can see the little red symbol in the hills over there on the right side, the far right side of the map. That is the monastery. If I remember correctly. I believe that's the monastery. So, it's a little bit of a trek to get there. Might take them a day, maybe 2, depending on how fast they go. And when they catch the ferry. Or if they decide to hoof it through the marsh instead and get there. But, yeah. So, I mean, there's things that they can do, things they can go to. They can find out more information. But that is what sometimes it feels like. Oh, well, sometimes players in a game will ask questions of you, like, how do I find out more information about this? And then realize, like, you don't have to give them a bullet point question right there. If it doesn't make sense that nobody in that area, in this random village, would know the answers to, like, this very important magic or scientific question or very in-depth specialty knowledge, nobody in that village would know it. It's alright to be like, they don't know, but they might be able to point you in the direction of somebody who might know it. And so then it gives you the idea. It's like, oh, well, now that becomes like a goal for a place for them to go to if they want to find out more about this. So yeah, just trying to show off that aspect of being a DM and be like, oh, then you can kind of start to draw out. There's a little bit of mystery. There's investigation that's happening. They're starting to put pieces together and they're moving through this. And it doesn't have to be snappy, snappy, snappy. It's a very slow burn on a lot of this stuff. And it's like, whatever you guys decide to pursue that more, you'll learn out more about it. If you don't, then you won't, I guess. Now, if you don't learn something about it, something might happen in the intervening time. All right. What is Zarnok doing during this time? That's the thing I'm missing. Oh. Also learns that a haberdasher milliner and mercer are related but not the same. That's part of the confounding stuff. You know what? In fact, I'm going to put that up there. That's the sort of answer he would get. Like, what do you know about the haberdasher? It's like, oh, well, you mean like a mercer? It's like, no. We'll put that down here. Learns a haberdasher, milliner, and mercer are related, but not the same. Again, pulling out some of my own real-world knowledge about weird profession stuff. Similar, but not the same. We did not have. Oh, we didn't do anything for Zarnok on the last one because Zarnok did everything, but all of them didn't do. The other two didn't participate in all the contests, so they got to do their break time thing. Then we kicked it off with the ceremony. Only opened by Besada. And begins to introduce Naiad's court. Which again is sort of like our what's the thing called? In the Olympics, it's 1, 2, 3, podium. Which is sort of like their podium for it. Calling people up, except instead of 3 places, there's technically 4 places. And each comes with a specific reward. So yeah, that is everything that happened in that session. So you can see, not a big fight session. They had the quarter staves contest, but that's really the only sort of like combat-y kind of thing. There's some exploration kind of going on as far as like investigation and figuring things out and talking to people and learning stuff, and plenty of roleplay. Lots of roleplay in the festival, for obvious reasons. Lots of NPCs, lots of people to talk to. Quarter staves. Yeah, so we'll go on and we'll talk about kind of the next one. But I will jump in and we'll take a look at the full festival and everything that kind of goes on with that. Obviously, if you're a player for this campaign, this is probably the part where you probably don't need to look at, because we're going to look at notes of stuff that may or may not have happened at this point. So it is the vernal equinox that's... it is the vernal equinox in session. Like, that's when the festival's happening. But I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get some more coffee, take a little bio break. Then we'll jump back in, and we'll go over like everything that happens within these. We'll go through them and kind of look at how I built out the festival and what that looks like. So we'll do that in a second. Like I said, I'm going to take a break. Be back in just a minute. All right? Hang on. I am back. I'm back. Stuff up a little bit. All right. Let's see. So we have just finished kind of going through this. I said that we were going to talk a little bit about sort of building out the festival. So I kind of got to the point where it's like, all right, we got to build out the festival. They come back. They had just finished a little side quest adventure where they got a little bit of loot and came back, and that was sort of had to do this one-shot quest adventure to exit essentially a player out of our campaign, a player character out of the campaign due to scheduling issues. Ironically, now that player's gonna be back in. So it really was just kind of a pause, whether or not. But they decided that they're going to play a different character. So they went away, and now they're coming back as a different character, so we needed to do that anyways, because that character was going off into the sunset. Unfortunately, going off into the sunset potentially as a troll, so that's fun. They get turned into a monster. So I came back and I knew that we were going to hit the festival. Now, we've been talking about this festival since the very beginning of the campaign, because the very beginning of the campaign, we can just take a very quick look at... so it was Spring Maiden 3, and the festival is... I don't have it on me. But yeah, they've got about 2 weeks in-game, which has taken these 19 sessions to get there, including some other stuff that's gone on. But so I knew when I came into it, it's like this festival is going to be a big thing. I know that it's about the Naiad. I know the Naiads particularly. I knew this would be a spring festival because it's for the vernal equinox, the spring equinox, and that was going to be about love and heartbreak, and obviously there's a lot of seafood, especially like aphrodisiac seafood, like the oysters that we saw earlier. So I knew that was going to play a big part in it. So I knew that it was going to be, like I said, it's kind of a Valentine's Day / May Day / Easter kind of thing, because it's all about sort of rebirth of seasons and moving into later springtime and spring plantings and things like that. The resurgence of nature after the winter, all that stuff's kind of coming in. It's got these themes to it, and also these. It's like Easter but sexy, kind of. So there's also a lot of focus, because a lot of the Naiads focuses on particularly new love or young lovers and heartbreak. And getting over heartbreak. So there is this big sort of like focus on it. It is a very sexy holiday in that kind of way. So I was like, okay, so I know there's going to be a festival. What do I want the festival to be about? Like, all right, well, we know we have this focus on lovers, new love, young love, that sort of iconography of like rabbits that we see in Easter, which is like the rebirth aspect and the fertility kind of aspect of it. So I wanted to lean in on some of that, using some of that real world sort of themes and bringing that in. Like, okay, so what if the main thing, like the big challenge, like the reason people come and do this challenge is that it's a way to depict, it made me think of like magazines, when magazines would have like, sexiest man of the year, or most eligible bachelors in certain places, in certain cities and stuff like that. It's like, oh, well, why don't we take that aspect and work that in as well? And so these contests are about me hitting the mic. These contests are about, one of these days I won't do that anymore, but it's not today. These contests are about determining who the most eligible bachelor or bachelorette is. Like, okay, how do you determine that through contests? It's like, oh, well, we have ability scores. So there's 6 ability scores. If I do 2 types of contests for every ability score, that gives me 12 right off the bat. And I was like, I certainly can't do more than 12. We'll be here for a very long time if I do 3 of each. Right? If I did 3 of each, that would be an extra 50% onto how long the festival already took, which has been 3 sessions. So obviously that would be like 5 sessions probably. It's like, definitely didn't want to do 5 sessions. So 3 sessions already was pretty long, but it was more of about a pacing thing than anything else. It was like, oh, I need to find particular places to stop rather than just kind of like driving a train through it. And that's just kind of That's only going to come up when you're actually at the table trying to keeping your eye on the clock, or at least that's what I do. Is like I'm always trying to end on time. So I'm looking for a good spot to end when we hit that end time. So we're not always like going over by like 30 minutes, an hour, or anything like that, and we're not usually not cutting it short. I try not to cut it short most of the time. But better to cut short than to go long potentially. Kind of depends on your group. But for a lot of people, and I know that a number of my players also want to do things after the game. Like they kind of have plans oftentimes to do things after the game. Oftentimes with each other. So I know this, like I really want to kind of end on time so they're able to, continue on with their day and do the things because, you respect your players respect you. Ideally anyways. So, okay, I knew that was what I was going to do. I knew I said that we had the one shot. Here's sort of the rewards for that one shot. They found a little bit of gold. This is sort of the stuff that was on that character that just got turned into a scroll. They found their crowbar. They found a bushel of cloves, medicinals, a firkin of spiced rum. That's a small barrel. A dab of perfume, and a bag of flour. And then it came up with the big questions, like they get back to town, they're about to go off to the festival, which doesn't happen in town. It happens at a fairground that they have to like go to. That's about 2.5 miles away, or about 5 kilometers away. Thereabouts. And so I was like, okay, sorry. It's not 2.5 miles, it's about 5 miles away. So it's a good run. I was like, okay, so how do I do this? How do I open up the festival when the festival's going to be at a different place? And I knew that the festival's going to be at a different place because there's a fairgrounds it's going to be at. Like, okay, well, maybe the opening for the festival is like literally a run to get there. So some people show up there, so there's stuff that's already set up. But also, a lot of people want to watch the run. And so there's a big sort of like starting line, like watching like a marathon take off, something like that. Like there's a bunch of people who want to watch that. Especially if you're going to have favored people. And they built up to this. They knew that they were going to be favored contestants, we'll put it that way. Favored contestants who are there to are well-known people in sort of like the local area, as well-known bachelorettes who will probably be in the Naiad's Court, and we have them down here at the end. Well, I moved too far. Oh no, I moved them. That's why. So the first day I was like, okay, what's going to be the lead up to there? I was like, okay, everybody's got to wake up in the morning and I've got to get them to the festival. I had the idea that probably most would run in the foot race, but it's likely that Swain wouldn't because Swain has to get the items that he needs to sell to the festival. And they don't know when the buyer's going to show up, so they'll probably go before. Like to prompt that, I'll have the NPC ask him if he wants that to be done. So we have the pre-festival morning, so I went immediately into picking that up. It was like, okay, here's my 3 people. There's the 3 people who are going to wake up. Here are the 3 people who are going to... How do I get them to this place? So Zarnok wakes up in the morning, has some gawkers around him, because Zarnok is the person who has been with the Broken Seven and has been a competitor, has started to make a little bit of a name for themselves in the bare-knuckle boxing arena. Leaning into that, has put down some bets on himself for the festival and other people for the festival. And so there already are some gawkers around him. He also won one of the only time you can get one of the stones prior to the actual opening of the festival is to be when it's announced what the stones are going to be. And the stones were provided by somebody from the Broken Seven, and they kind of tossed it out into the crowd for somebody to randomly grab, like a t-shirt cannon kind of style after the announcement. Zarnok is able to grab that stone, so he already has a one leg up before the festival even begins, which kind of puts him in this preeminent position for people to start to bet on him because he's already got a lead in front of everybody before stuff even starts. So he's got these gawkers around him in the morning who are seeing him like stretch and get ready to do the run. They knew that it was going to open with a run because that's how we're going to get people to the actual festival grounds within the day. So they has these gawkers surround you. I also needed to introduce our red fur monkey man, who is Folami, who is potentially going to be, because we didn't know how long our player who we just exited from the campaign was going to be out. We didn't even know if it was going to be permanently or not. In the time being, I was like, all right, well, I got to give you guys some sort of like NPC to have in the meantime to just kind of help round out the party with some stuff. That was Falami, our red fur monkey man. As somebody who showed up in town is also drawing a lot of attention, mainly because he's, what are they called? Hadozi? Hadozi, right? The quote-unquote racist monkey people from D&D. I don't really get it, but whatever. So, yeah, I decided to build him. So he's odd because he's like a beast person. Those are incredibly uncommon. And so he draws a bunch of attention already. So I knew that was going to be that, and then he just needed to get to the starting line. He knows where he needs to go to do that stuff. The bell sounds, they go off to do it. But also was able to sort of like give them the foreshadowing and be like, hey, there's this new person in town who's also maybe an adventurer. Just kind of give them the heads up on the monkey man, who could be used to fill out their party at some point. So Swain. Pretty much, Thorin asked if he wants to go to the festival before or after the run, so knew that they need to get there. As expected, Swain was like, yeah, let's just go for before. It's like, all right, you guys get up and you start running off the morning. There's a lot of stuff that happens during that in which they talk about the buyer, they learn the password, they take a look inside the crate, learn about stuff. They just, Swain, after Swain's player brings up, is like, hey, do we need permits or anything for that? You don't know. You haven't asked anybody about that. And that's why they've been giving them the ability to be like, oh, you can forge your own permit, because I knew that was one of his tool proficiency, to be like, yeah, let's use your tool proficiency. You definitely need to make one of these for it. And then showing it being useful, because otherwise Charles Rogel would have showed up and it would have been a big issue for Thorin. Thorin probably would have gotten jailed. That would probably lead him back to Swain. Then we'd have another Charles Rogel Swain situation, which we've already had twice already now in the campaign. As like I said, Charles Rogel is just like always about this close to catching them, but hasn't quite got there yet. They've been able to stay out of his grasp thus far. So yeah, that was every morning. Got them to where they needed to be. Caleb, as part of that one shot, ended up getting Cackle Fever, and let me see if I can pull up Cackle Fever. Cackle Fever. This disease targets humanoids, although gnomes are strangely immune. While in the grips of this disease, victims frequently succumb to fits of mad laughter, giving the disease its common name and its morbid nickname, the Shrieks. Symptoms manifest in 1d4 hours after infection, which was the night before. So he just kind of woke up with it. After infection include fever and disorientation, the infected creature gains one level of exhaustion that can't be removed until the disease is cured. So woke up with the exhaustion really bad, and I didn't realize that because I'll be honest, I didn't go back and reread Cackle Fever before giving it to him. I just knew that one of the primary ways that you get Cackle Fever, or at least historically, as far as D&D is concerned, has been if you use like expired potions or potions that have gone bad, soured essentially. He bought some clearance potions. Didn't roll a very good Constitution saving throw, as somebody else dumped it in his mouth while he was unconscious, and used one of the bad potions, and he got the Cackle Fever. But because I didn't read it, means that I didn't know that specifically they were going to get that first level of exhaustion, which is really bad when you're going specifically into a leg, let's say a leg of the campaign, not really an adventure, just like not really downtime, just like an event. Going into an event, let's put it that way, into an event where ability checks will be incredibly important. Like that will determine success or failure in basically everything you do. Not really attacks, not really saving throws. So having that first level of exhaustion where you have disadvantage on all ability checks, because we're using 2014 exhaustion rules, because frankly they're just better. They're just more fun than just getting a -1 to stuff. That doesn't seem in line with the rest of the design of 5e. I've talked about that before. We're not going to linger on that. Anyways, we're using 2014 exhaustion rules. I was like, ooh, this will be bad. And then like all this other stuff happens. You know, they get into combat, which I knew that there was likely to be combat. We'll get to there in a minute. Well, we're about to talk about that. Or I guess we'll talk about it right now. So I knew that there was also the potential that Caleb would get into combat during that day, because I knew that he was going to get jumped by the acolytes, or they would have some sort of disagreement. I didn't know if it was going to be like a physical brawl or not, or just a shouting match. So I knew, like, hey, if that happens and then he fails to save and he takes a D10 of psychic damage and gets incapacitated for a minute, and man, anyways, bad stuff. It would be bad stuff all around. So I was like, okay, so I need to give them a way to get off of that. Basically get around that. I was like, oh, I've got the perfect thing, because I knew that this was already something that was going to happen. Is that we've talked about the Void Temple, Manios, which is just off the coast of the island. It sits off on its own little island all by itself. It's this temple / astronomy observatory. It sits off by itself on this sort of like hilly little island, little cloister off by itself. And so I knew that that is something that we knew that more than one character wants to go to as part of their sort of like private goals in the campaign, their personal goals within the campaign. So I knew that that was going to happen, but they hadn't done it yet, and they don't really know anything about that island. So I was like, all right, well, I'm going to bring somebody from the island here, because that's an important religious space. This is going to be a religious festival, so we're going to bring somebody from that space here. So I was going to have Caleb wake up early. He's staying at the Temple of the Leviathan in town, which is to the cat. It's who the temple is dedicated to. So he wakes up early with the hustle bustle of people around the temple as Eshgoff, Dalen, and retinue arrive. Shamash Khadijah, sorry, it took me a second to remember her name, who's sort of like kind of like an apprentice priest, is kind of running the temple in the priest's absence, who has gone to take part in this same festival in a different spot. There's this secondary festival ground that he's gone to observe or take part in, not sure. So I was like, all right. Anyways, he's not here. So I knew there was going to be this wake up, this hustle and bustle, as Eshgoff Dalen, and Eshgoff is like a bishop like level in the hierarchy of the church, so pretty high up. And the leader of that Void Temple, Ziartes Mania, coming here. So then I knew that there was going to be this Caleb Co. imposter stuff. I decided to pull this stuff and use it later, and not here. I didn't know if I wanted to bring it up here or not. Sometimes that's what happens. You get into the play and you're like, not now. And do it with other stuff, because this is also stuff that I was like, oh right, he's got the check stuff. I need to do stuff with this. So I knew that she was already going to be there to introduce herself to Caleb, because Caleb is the character who's most tied to that temple. So I wanted to give him a touch point for that temple that he hasn't had already. So Dalen meets specifically with him once he learns that, oh, there's an out-of-town like cleric here, who's not from the island, who's going to be going to the festival for the first time. So she introduces herself to him, sees that he's sick in bed, and she's like, oh, well, obviously I don't want you to miss it. And so she's a higher level cleric, so she's like, she just casts Lesser Restoration. That'll deal with the disease. That takes the disease away. Otherwise, their access to third level spells is pretty... As second level party is pretty limited. Not really a lot of people they can go to. Couldn't do it. Shamash Khadijah could not do it. Or anybody else probably in town. We learned some stuff. Well, we didn't learn that stuff. So then, yeah, he has this moment with Dalen, who's like, please accompany me and tell me of yourself, not so Caleb Co. No, we didn't quite get there yet. But she does recognize something strange about him. And this is something that hasn't come up technically yet in character. We all know it as players, but in-game we don't know it. So on that meta level, we all know it, but in character, is that Caleb is walking around as if he is a human, which is already very rare, as we said, for this area of the world. But he is, in fact, not a human. He is an Azamar, right? Either Azamar or Deva. I keep getting them confused. I'm pretty sure Azamar. So he's an Azamar, actually, instead. But he has that, like we said, he has that amnesia, so he doesn't really even know that aspect about himself, probably. But we get the feeling that Edgecroft Aylin is able to sort of like pick up on it. And we go to the Edgecroft Aylin. I gave her nice little description. Stately half-elf. She's got a brawny build. Foreign, sort of like Indian, even foreign from this area, who already has a little bit more kind of Arabic, Iranic kind of ethnicity to them. So even for them, there's like this person has an Indian sort of complexion, so even slightly different. Thick double braids, tawny eyes, soft but distant personality, wears gold and white mitre cap, gold earrings with onyx discs, orange coral and blue seashell toile pattern on their white robe, and a sheer yellow under. And I can show you, just because I happen to have one for this person, specifically sort of like what the inspiration for her kind of looks like is this person right here. That's kind of the vibe she has. Other than she'll probably look a little bit older than this, even as an elf. We did that. It's like, all right, so I've got everybody. She's going to take Caleb directly to the opening ceremony. So everyone's like, all right, so I've got people at the start of the session. Things happen. People are already moving in the right direction. All right, we knew that we're going to have the opening ceremony and the foot race. The bell rings, drawing you to the east gate. Runners crowd the streets while onlookers bubble in eager conversation from balconies, porches, roofs, and alleyways watching. Many in sheer pastels. We had talked about this previously. They had already been in the marketplace a few days earlier and seen people that were selling like these very, very, does not leave a lot to the imagination kind of sheer, almost like muslin kind of clothing that in wraps that people are wearing. Like we said, it's a very sexy holiday, so there's a lot of that aspect of kind of like showing off your body, not leaving a lot to the imagination. And again, why that might seem a little bit weird to myself and the group we play of being people from the USA, we don't, a lot of parts of the world don't have that sort of puritanical legacy that kind of grips onto us in our culture. Not as weird, more weird to us than I think those people would find it to be weird. And so I want to sort of reinforce that and try to reinforce that in the game. It's like, we as players might find that strange. These people in the world they live in, do not find this strange at all. The runners, gearing up, and I ask them, what are you guys doing with your gear? Because presumably you're not going to be running in your full gear with your backpacks on. So what are you guys going to do with all of that? So we stepped back. We took a step back so that way they weren't running with disadvantage. And be like, okay, you guys have left most of your gear with Pearl. You had just gotten back on good relations with Pearl the night before. You show up the steward. You have all this heavy stuff that you just pulled out as treasure from that last adventure. Where are you guys stashing it? And so the idea was, oh, we'll leave it at Pearl's under the steward's stewardship, essentially. So they did that. Perception 12, they've... Zarnok was the only one who ended up picking up the duo on the balcony that seemed to be looking through the crowd for something or someone in particular. One holds a crystal plum on a thin chain. So it's a crystal weight on the end of a thin chain. Clearly using it for divining, and they're looking at the crowd. They're clearly talking to each other secretly on the balcony, and their eyes are scanning the crowd, looking for someone or something in particular. Zarnok recognizes this, recognizes them as one of the cultists from the Maker Temple ruins they had met some days ago, and they had gotten into a fight with. After they had come across them as they were traveling by boat / canoe through the marshes, and they had come across the ruins of this Maker Temple, in which they were doing some human sacrifice in, and they were like sort of cutting people open, vivisecting people and cutting them open and pulling out their entrails to divine them. And then, they locked eyes, a fight occurred, they ran away in the night. Just fun, weird encounters in the night in the wilderness. As they were on their way to basically rob a noble. It essentially is what they were trying to do. All right, there's a shoot off of a cluster of fireworks to start the foot race with a big bang and pops. And everybody takes a run. So the foot race was very simple, and 3 rounds rolling to reach effort 41 to be in the top 21%. We talked about effort last time. I think last time, maybe the time before on stream. So effort is something that I have put the book back over there on the bookshelf. I'm not pulling it back out. Index card RPG is something that introduces effort and some mechanic I really like. So instead of having like, oh, you have 3 rounds, how we would normally do this in D&D. Well, I'm gonna have to do some maths there for a second. What is one moment. Oh, so it wasn't the same. I rolled different ones for each one. All right, so instead of doing like 3 rounds of DCs and being like, okay, and you know, best 2 out of 3, maybe you win or not, or you pass or whatever, doing it very sort of like skill challenge wise, then we use effort instead of taking those DCs individually. We just mush them all together and be like, hey, you need to, in all of your checks, reach a 41 to be in the top 20%, and that gives you a stone, gets you your first stone. So in total, Zarnok could have gotten 14 stones in total, because the foot race does not count with the rest of the. There are 12 more things after that, plus the foot race, plus the one that he got originally from the crowd. So, and then I set it up as like, all right, the first round's going to be athletics, the second round's going to be con save, and the third round's going to be athletics or con save, your choice. And then we had our people who were in here competing. Olami, who did really, really well. Amir, who was sort of like the favored. Carleen, Khalil, and Nakia. Nakia, just in the way that we ended up rolling, I was rolling randomly for the NPCs that were going to show up in each different contest. I think Nakia shows up in like 2 of the contests. She just not hot on the D4, just did not show up very often as a competitor. So she was always around, but just never part of like in the field of vision of the players. We did that, run it off. So that was the opening. So it was like, cool. We had the opening, got everybody in the spot they needed to, and then got everybody to the foot race. Now, like we said, we had an issue where we had Swain, the character, had decided to go on ahead. So they're the only person not taking part in the foot race. And so instead, have them jump in along with me, and was like, oh, well, we'll roll for the NPCs. That way, you get your players to still be able to participate, but they're just participating as the competition, which is a fun way to kind of like make sure that everybody stays included. So it's not like, oh, you decided not to do this very important part of the session. Instead of you just sitting there twiddling your thumbs, you can jump in with me and you can just roll for some of the bad guys, the competitors, and do that instead. And then we got here. All right. So we kind of set it up. This is just for me. I know the stone challenges. It's like, hey, 8+ guarantees your court spot. 7 for tiebreaker. We ended up dropping that just because of the way things turned out. Partially my fault. We'll talk about it in a little bit. Some of the missteps I did at running this. So if you're wanting to learn from my examples of what not to do, we'll talk a little bit about that. All right, so I knew that there were going to be rounds. So there's going to be basically four things you can do. If you decide not to do one of those things, you'll get an opportunity to do something on the break. We got them there. We knew at the foot race we had the first time for the Barker to come by. There's a guy who's basically walking around the festival yelling out what the leaderboard is. So the foot race is technically 2 is the leaderboard for the foot race because Zarnok has 2. Or sorry, 1 would be the leaderboard. He's above that, so that was why he was. So right off the bat, Zarnok's in the lead. He is the leader because he has the 1 from earlier and he got 1 on the run-in. So the first thing is, went with a nice charisma one right off the top. We're going to be like, okay, this is going to be like a kissing contest. Again, there's a very sort of like young love kind of thing. That's what we've got. So there's a big kissing contest in the beginning. Funny stuff happens. We have a PC who rolls very poorly and an NPC who is their partner also rolls very poorly, and talk about how they just like smack their teeth into each other. And the crowd's like, ooh. As they try to, this is very much like a audience cheering and clapping is how you judge who's the winner for each round. You'll see it sometimes. They'll do something like that at like sporting events, where they'll bring like couples down and then have a kissing contest like that. So you may or may not have seen something like that before. And based on audience applause is who wins. The second one is there's this opportunity to be a float bearer. So this was sort of our Constitution one. So Constitution ones are really hard to come up with because there aren't any Constitution skills. So I had to start thinking about, okay, what do you do if it's not a Constitution skill? There aren't Constitution skills. How do you determine what that's going to be? So for this, I decided, instead of doing that, instead of doing a Constitution roll for anything, you basically can be a float bearer. So there are floats that are going around very sort of like Japanese festival style, with a bunch of people who are like carrying it and like pumping it up and down as they walk through the streets or through the areas around the festival. And it's like, oh, if you do this, you are guaranteed to get a stone, but you will miss the next event. And here's the thing, is like they didn't know what the next event was going to be. They're like, it's guaranteed to do one. You're guaranteed to get one stone, but you miss out on the potential of getting a stone by doing it. So they, I think we had one person who decides to do the float bearer. I think Zarnak did. Next came up the rostrum. So the rostrum is our second charisma-based one. And it's basically just kind of like a talent show. It's like you can do, but it's a rostrum, so it's like a podium or a lectern. Like you can do comedy or poetry or storytelling or singing or something, some sort of performance, but not like, it is something that's charisma-based. So you can't really do like juggling or acrobatics or something like that, but it is sort of like a spoken word or singing kind of thing for the most part. Doing that. After that, we had laurel jousting, which is a two-person team thing that you do, and you have one person who basically does piggyback with another person. They have a stick. They run around. There are these laurels, so like greenery rings that are hung off of a line, and they're trying to stab their stick through the ring and pull it off the line. There's competition. It's called a joust because you have two other opposing ends and they go at each other. And so you do that. It's competitive, fun, silly kind of thing. Do that. And then there was our first break. So in the breaks, do I have stuff to talk about the break here? Sorry, some of this is not exactly how I had written it because I moved some of the stuff on for some of the other ones. As I did sessions later, I just pulled from here and just added it to those sessions. So I don't think I have the things in here anymore for what was on things they could have done during the break. So let's, can I see that? Show me. Show me. Let me see if it's... Dang it. What are you doing? I hate when it does this. Alright. There we go. There we go. Got there. I was just seeing if I could get... There we go. The asides. So I pulled this and moved it. So things that they could check out in the in-between times, in between the competitions. There's musical performances, players, so like little plays, acrobats, food and drink stalls, gambling. There's a fair market where they can get up to uncommon magic items are available, which is otherwise it can't find uncommon magic items in town. This is one of the few times during the year where dealers sort of like bring that stuff in and people can take a look at it. That will come up later as they reveal stuff about it. There is the fair basilica and court, and trying to reintroduce this very medieval-esque kind of court thing. It's like court as in a legal court, not necessarily like the Naiad's court. Different thing. I know, confusing when you're using court for both like a court of nobles or royal court, and also as a legal court. This is for the basilica and court is be like, oh, by the way, if you do something that's like law breaking, or there's some sort of like civil dispute, that is immediately handled here under a very specific court that's appointed for this event. Fair games, so anything your traditional sort of like midway carnival games, as well as there will be a bonfire. The bonfire is technically not on the side. That's just something that happens later. Let's jump back. All right. That was our first break. They have the ability to do some things. Some people go grab some food. Some people go look into the magic items. Some of the people do some investigations about the things that they brought to learn a little bit more about that stuff. So they had this time to kind of do stuff in between as well. Then after the break, they come back and they do a cooking contest, which we determined was going to be wisdom-based. Wisdom-based for the cooking contest. Now, when I was originally making this, that was before I knew that my one player was kind of exiting for a time with their character. That character specifically had like the cook feat, or the chef feat, and did a bunch of cooking stuff. So I had this in there specifically for them, and then they ended up walking away from that. But I left it in there just because I thought it was a good thing. The character Caleb rolls 2 natural 20s in a row, channeling Severin, our PC who wandered off to become a troll, but channels them and wins that cooking contest. But very fun. And it was very sort of like Iron Chef would be like, oh, there's very specific ingredients you need to use from a sort of like general ingredients table, and you grab that and you make it, and ask them, it's like, okay, here's what's here on the table, what are you going to make with that, and kind of going with that style. Next up was a dance competition, and this was another one that I wanted to do. Again, there's no constitution skills, so I was like, okay, so this is dancing. There are 2 separate dancing competitions you can do. You can either do a horse style talent, which is sort of like a dance off, which is like we go move for move, copying and trying to add on to the routine, which is very like sort of I'd say athletics based kind of thing, or acrobatics. I could have gone either way. Or you can go endurance, which is more of a dance competition where it's like the people who dance the longest without having to take a break or screwing up or doing something like that are able to win a stone that way. So there's 2 different contests they could do during that, just to keep a little variety. After that was the shell hunt. The shell hunt is very much like a standard Easter egg hunt. There are seashells that are hidden in this very specific area, sort of like cordoned off area, and there's teams at a time are brought in and given a time limit, and whoever can find the most amount of shells during that time period will be the winner. After that was a seafood boil eating contest, which Folami the Monkey Man ends up winning. And is also, we learned that Folami the Monkey Man is vegan, and he doesn't eat any of the seafood that's in there. He only eats like the vegetables that's in it. So it's very funny. So yeah, and then went into the second break of that. So that was sort of our first session up there. So we got through about 50% of it, including the stuff that's leading up to it. Lots of good stuff there. Then we moved on to session 21. So we still have about 2 more things left to do. Anything that we're catching up from that, still the same thing. We're picking up on the break, and this is the stuff we talked about that we just did the recap for. So we knew that during the break I was going to make sure that the Broken Seven Goons extorted bully Thorin before Charles Rogel approaches to check the festival ad. Did not use this at all. Ended up full wipe. Ended up not doing that. That's why I ended up using Charles Rogel later, checking the permits. But because Point had some very specific stuff they wanted to do during the time period, I think, is why I decided not to do it at that time, not to open the game with that. Instead, deciding to open it with the this one, with the drunk attendant scuffling with Caleb. So yeah, sometimes the approaches don't go as planned. Sometimes I sat down, it was like, this sounded like a good way to open the session, and then I sat down and thought about it and went, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do an audible. I'm gonna do something else during the session. But we had the shell game, which was the 3-card money game. The Sahar the Rat Catcher, which was an NPC that they are familiar with, specifically Caleb, even though Caleb, because I switched things around, was not part of that. That's when he was sitting over having a little sulk on the side of the festival after getting beat up. We had the oyster speed chucking, And it's during this that the buyer shows up to purchase the Ethermaster suite and accoutrement. And we learn a little bit about that. That's Eason, male, portly human haberdasher, bracelet with a pendant of shears and sewing needle. Inspection notices it as a maker charm. Very good inspection recognizes it similarly to the altered maker mark seen in your last adventure. Talked about that being the Cult of Okeanos, which did not pick up on. And didn't learn this a little bit because it didn't stand around to really talk about it. Rebuilding the keep to the west. This is something they will be able to learn back from Thorin if they run into Thorin again, because Thorin is going as accompaniment with them, with the haberdasher Eason, back to that place. They do know of this place already because Japheth mentioned it on their original ferry ride over. They each had a scene where they could talk to different NPCs that were on the boat that were on the ferry. And so Severin talked to Japheth about this specific one, that there are these people who were rebuilding this keep to the west. And so they can learn about that. Now knowing that Eason is one of the people who is involved with that rebuilding. And that obviously they are new to the area. We had the quiz game. So the way I set up the quiz game is there's like, alright, everybody can make an intelligence check based off of the different intelligence skills. If you roll a DC 10, I'll knock off one of the wrong answers. If you roll a 15, I'll knock off 2 of the wrong answers. If you roll a 20, I'll knock out all 3 of the incorrect answers, so you're guaranteed to be able to get that. So they're all multiple choice. And as I said earlier, the one thing I wanted to focus on is that I wanted to make it all stuff that had happened to them in the campaign already. So it's all stuff that they could just know and just guess right out about the world building and the lore. So it's like, if you've been paying attention, players, if you've been taking good notes, you will just know these things or be able to look these things up, and you won't have to rely on that. So history. What is the name of the Lightkeeper Paris's old ship? Because she used to be a quote-unquote pirate. The Storming Nightmare, the Crimson Viper, the Black Shuck. I told you the Black Shuck just came up from our RPG alphabet. Or the Hateful Shade. Of course, the answer is Storming Nightmare, and that's something that Caleb had picked up as he had learned a little bit about Lightkeeper Paris. And our medicine. What popular import is powdered, steeped, and drunk to enhance alertness? So this is actually a reward they had gotten, which allowed them to basically get the 2014 alert feat for a day. Is what it does if they make it, which is essentially our stand-in for coffee at this point. And they know that that is Shiari powder. But there's also these other things, which are also real things that they could just know. So chaga is mushrooms. Cat and betel nut I'm not super familiar with, but I do know that I believe, if I remember when I was looking these up, they're all things that have caffeine, I think. Maybe that's what I did. Or otherwise alertness. Maybe it's like taurine or something like that. And then we had our nature question. What local plant is prized as a perfume ingredient? Bog myrtle, water mint, meadowsweet, or sweet flag? So they came across a perfumer, and who was a automaton, so like a warforged, who was stuck in the muck out in the middle of the wilderness, trying to get his hands on some sweet flag, but he got stuck in the mud while he was doing it. So they rescued him out of the mud and had a little interaction with this NPC. I got some directions from him, but they needed to remember specifically what he was trying to get. And religion, what symbol is not associated with the Naiad? So veils, thunderclouds, pearls, and flowing pennants. And this is where things started to get a little hard for them. They had to remember. So they knew veils and like that fabric, that sheer fabric was something. That's definitely part. Thunderclouds they weren't sure about. Or actually they were pretty sure that wasn't it. They knew pearls was definitely one, because I mean, seashells, pearls, sea life, all that stuff. Very much in the Naiad. Flowing pennants is what sort of gave him a trip up a little bit. And that's because flowing pennants, one of the things the Naiad is also in charge of within her dominion, is protection at sea, which includes war at sea. So we threw flowing pennants in there. as sort of some of her iconography. But Thunderclouds is the incorrect answer because that is under Cirrus's domain. And then we moved on to survival. What tool material can be found in specific wetlands around the area? Iron, obsidian, petrified wood, or coralite. So, all these things can be found in wetlands. But only one of these things have they picked up as a reward. Or a bit of treasure as they've been adventuring. And that is some bog iron. This is the one where I tipped my hand, unfortunately. Because the player who was playing Swain was like, oh, I definitely know this. And I was like, oh, that's good. You should know it. You're the person who picked this up. And then he was like, wait, what? No, so it's not what I think it is. Because I believe he thought it was coralite, if I remember correctly. Because I had mentioned coralite. He's like, I remember you mentioning coralite. But coralite was actually, I was talking about a story about something that's happening in the campaign I'm playing in, not the one I'm running. Which I had told them about. That a lot of the stuff that... Because the one I'm playing in has a bunch of underwater aspects to it. So there's an entire civilization. They make most of their stuff out of coralite. But it was bog iron is the thing they had come across. But they did really well, and I was very happy for them. They really didn't actually need the DCs. The DCs were just there to kind of save their bacon, because I wasn't sure. Because these are all kind of like random things to remember about the campaign. None of these are super important to the ongoing plot. But it is sort of like trivia quiz kind of information. And after that, we had quarterstaves. Rachma, which is one of the members of the Bloody Seven. Broken Seven. Trying to put Bloody Heathers and Broken Seven together. Broken Seven, which is sort of the gambling hall in town. And has been sort of the person who has been taking Zarnok sort of under their wing and kind of get them working in the Broken Seven. Kind of pushed him towards doing the bare knuckle boxing and getting him set up to get this specific bout, which is the bout with Halil, which unfortunately he just rolled really badly on, and Halil pretty much whipped his butt. That was kind of a letdown. The person who was supposed to fight Carleen bowed out because obviously she's the way I described. Well, no, she's a relatively big beefy warrior. And so the person who is supposed to fight her bows out, and the Barker calls for a brave soul to face her. I put the name's Folami, not Folomi. If a PC doesn't, Swain ends up taking the challenge and gets up there and goes for the fight. I mean, I said earlier is that they got on a string of bad rolls, everybody around the table, and none of them did well. They all got their beat pretty bad. Except for Caleb, who did lose, but only because I flailed with my rolls against his NPC just as much as he was flailing. So they just kind of did some slapping at each other, and then eventually the NPC won. But not by a large margin, a bunch of low single-digit rolls. Then we had our break. So I knew that the break was going to be towards the end. So this is when I was going to have the scuffle with Caleb, but I had taken that and I moved it earlier in the session, at the very beginning of the session. Just kind of get in there and get stuff done with him. I spelled Folami wrong again down here. On a roll with the wrong name. Folami could step in and share info about Ardeth Bay. He did vaguely. He did not mention Ardeth Bay's name. No, maybe he did. Maybe he didn't say Ardeth. Ardeth Bay is probably the first NPC they came across. Well, not technically, but the second NPC they came across in the campaign thus far. Even before they got to the island, they came across Ardeth Bay, who was investigating some wildfire issues in the area. And I don't think they pieced that together yet, but that Folami and Ardeth Bay are connected. Like were adventuring together. And was trying to find Ardeth Bay, but wasn't able to find him anywhere. So Ardeth Bay may or may not be alive still. We do not know. Because Ardith Bay, originally, he showed up in the very first session, be like, hey, I'm dealing with this adventure, tracking down this stuff about these wildfires. Do you want to help? And they were like, no, we're going to the island. Okay, call to adventure. Not received. And they moved on. I was like, all right, well, he goes off and do the thing that he was trying to do without your help then. Yeah, and then we moved on to... So that was everything, and I knew that I was expecting people to roll higher to get more. So this is where I made a pretty critical misstep in running this festival. So trying to keep things copacetic, one of the things that I should have done that I didn't do was kind of just set a threshold for winning at each of these games. I did that for some of the games, but not all of the games. In other games I made competitive where they were going head to head. The problem is in a lot of those games I made it competitive for the PCs to be working against each other in the same round, which was a fun way to get through it, and I think that everybody enjoyed that a lot. But the problem is that meant that even if all four were competing, only one of them would be able to earn a stone in that challenge, which really deflated the amount of stones that everybody earned towards the end. So I was expecting like 8 would come out, like you'd come out as leader, and the highest anybody got was 5. I was like, oh, so I needed to deflate my standing some because I had put them in a position to fail because I was forcing them to work against each other rather than working in parallel to each other. Because when only one can win, that means that 2 to 3 people have to lose, or 2 other people have to lose the PCs that they cannot. Only one of them could win an event when they were all in it. So that was a bad thing that I did. So maybe don't do that. Or realize that you're going to have to very much lower the entry for the core, which is what I did once I recognized. I was like, why did they not win so many? And then as I was sitting down thinking about it, I was like, oh, duh, of course, because I'm making them compete against each other. So of course only one of them can potentially win. And in some of them, the NPC wins. And they don't win. And then they all lose. So I was like, all right, I gotta re-adjudicate how the standings will go to keep that in mind. Because I gotta change things because I screwed something up, not because my players screwed something up, but because I screwed something up. So keep that in mind if you're wanting to run a festival like this. But like I said, it's pretty easy to just like take 2, try to come up with 2 challenges for each ability score. That means that no matter what kind of characters you have in your campaign, everybody's going to be at least good at some of them, and probably okay at quite a few of them. And then there's probably going to be like 1 or 2 that they're not very good at all. But the nice thing about this, the way this is set up, is that there's no detriment for trying and failing. The only detriment is that they technically have to pay 1 copper to have a try, and they only get 1 try at each one. They can redo tries, but they can't earn a stone in something they've already failed to earn a stone in. So there's no second chances, but they can go again. Just to be better at it, or just to win. But they won't earn a stone for doing that. And then we moved on to our ceremony, which takes place at sunset. We did our break, and like I said, I mixed that all around, so this prep does not make sense for that anymore. And then we had our ceremony, which is actually where we cut things off, because that's going to be the next session. So I had it basically based on as sort of opening at sunset, and everybody's coming together to get the announcement of who's actually in the Naiad's Court. So there were 4 spots. There's the crown, the ring, the chain, and the shield that all represent like the different levels. And they quickly figured this out. It's like, oh, this is like a nobility sort of thing. Where it's like, oh, the shield is like kind of like a knight. A chain is kind of like a mayoral or like chancellor chain, medieval chain that somebody would wear that shows their office. The ring would be like, oh, there's somebody of like a noble family. As I hit the things, and the crown would obviously be like, oh, they're the head, right? They're the crown. So I'll go ahead and I'll move to the next one because that's when this is going to take place. But the crown, you get an uncommon magic item. The ring, you get a masterwork tool of your choice. Chain, they get half a year's free room, board, and drinks at the Pole and Pint, which is the big inn in town. And if you come in that 4th place, you get a 50 gold purse. So I mean, all of these are nice to have. Those who are unfamiliar, thing with me talking about this campaign is that they don't have a lot of money, so even just the 50 gold purse is a really nice thing. They're often scrambling for money. I run a relatively low money game. So even if we look back at, even though it's on the last session, taking a look at what session 20 looked like when I gave them the rewards, you'll see up here. They only got a little bit. This is the only money they actually got. They got 6 gold and 6 silver. They got a bunch of stuff that's worth a lot of money, but is also like something that has to be converted into currency. They have items. I do a lot more sort of like material goods that you can pick up that are worth a lot of money, but then you have to carry them around with you and figure out how to sell them. And usually you'll be selling them at probably, whenever I give the values here, that's usually the market value for them. So you're likely to be selling them at about 50% of that. That bushel of clothes is really going to be going for about, 32, 33 gold instead of 65 gold. This is one of the things where, in the way that I run the game, it's actually really, really helpful to have somebody who is charisma based in your party, because they can make persuasion checks to barter to get you more gold for these sorts of items. So you kind of start off at that 50% mark, and then you can start to, good persuasion rolls will move you higher up, and you will earn more out of those rewards. So there is a mechanical reason why you would want a bard or a sorcerer or a warlock or somebody else who's at least got decent charisma and probably trained in persuasion to sort of barter for you. Because there's a very sort of like pecuniary reason that you're going to get, a fiscal reason you're going to get paid more. You're going to get more out of your rewards if you have somebody who's a good talker. Alright, and let's hop over to our last session here. I hate it when it does this. There we go. And moves this over so I can see. Go away! There we go. Alright, so we start off with our ceremony. That was the end. We started off on our last session. This was just Friday. So, ceremony, sunset, Besada brings the day's games to an end. She's a female-toned halfer. A halfer, in this campaign world, in this little custom world of mine, I just combine gnomes and halflings and all into the same thing. That they're just called halfers. They're all kind of vaguely the same ancestry. Even though they can be mechanically different as far as when you're building your character, but they are treated as though they are the same type of people. So she is a heifer with a shaved head and a youthful face. There's a chance that they could see the divining cultist ID Zarnok. Which, I can't remember. Did somebody actually... I'll have to look back at my notes. Did somebody actually see them ID Zarnok? I don't think so. I don't think anybody caught it. Yeah, because they missed 2 cultist things that happened in the last session. Oof. Which will not be good for them. But that's neither here nor there. Alright. At this time. So, the awards. I knew that I would go from the bottom. Like I said, I knew that previously getting 8 would just get you into... guaranteed to be into the award somewhere. Or would be the winner. And then 7 would tie you into somewhere within the court. So I moved that down so at least Zarnok, who had gotten 5, would get into something. So that way at least one of the PCs did. And also, like I said, this is sort of a self-correction on my part to be like, I shouldn't have made them all compete against each other. And that's why they didn't get as many stones. It's because they were all competing against each other instead of against NPCs. Which really sort of like hurt them in the long run. But that's a me problem. That's my fuck up. So we do our best to accommodate for that. So, Beefcake Zarnok. Yes, that's right. Zarnok's nickname is Beefcake. Comes in as the shield, so he gets the 50G purse. Bolami, who is our Red Monkey Man NPC, comes in as the chain, and he gets the half-year free room, board, and drinks at the Pole and Pint. That will come up later in the session. I particularly had him win this. I mean, he was going to be pretty much in the running anyways. But I had him win it because then it's still accessible, technically accessible for the player characters. Because they have kind of struggled with the room and board campaign. Like I said, I don't give them a lot of money. And so they've been really kind of scraping by and living in not great circumstances for the most part. And I wanted to give them the opportunity where they could room together, because they haven't really been rooming together. They've been rooming kind of separately. Alil, who's one of our favored, won the ring, so he got the masterwork tools of his choice. And then with 8 stones, Amir wins the crown, which is the Boots of Elvenkind. And they hear in the crowd some disgruntled murmurs under the applause. This is because it's something that you may have missed in the previous one, because I didn't touch on it on some of the earlier prep, is that Amir, one of these primary NPCs down here, our favorite contestants down here, is a thick male halfer, quiet but stately with rich clothing, and supposedly related to the Lightkeeper Paris. So there is this sort of like having him win, even though he was sort of favored to win. Having him win at the ceremony, there kind of brings up, this sort of like undercurrent of nepotism in there, and that the games might be somewhat rigged. So that somebody related to one of the primary movers and shakers in the area ends up winning the prize. So there is a little bit of rumbling. So they could pick up on that, and then as they do that, they can learn more about the NPCs if they want to, and find out more, and maybe talk to them, see if there is nepotism, if they care about that. If they don't, then they don't need to worry about it. But do that sort of thing. That was sort of the awards and everything, bring that up to... Now, one of the things, we got a big lore drop here, and I didn't put it in the notes, but I figured it would come up. And realized that I kind of messed up not talking about it when Zarnok was dealing with the magic items earlier on in the festival, and I need to bring it up now. And also, one of the things is that as they were bringing up the Boots of Elvenkind, they brought it up in a large box, large runed box. And so I let everybody make checks. Caleb, the character, ends up rolling the highest, so he realizes that this is a thing that's called a cricket box. In my world, there is a VIP artificer. In the same way that, in D&D we have things like Bigby and Tasha and Mordenkainen. Who else am I? Who's the hut guy? Bigby. Oh my gosh, who's the hut guy? Oh. Leomund. There we go. Leomund's tiny hut. They have these, in D&D, they have these well-known wizards and magic people who have spells and stuff like that named after them. And so I wanted to have some of that in my world as well. So Cricket's one of those people in my world. It's like a super, super like high-powered artificer. So somebody who created these things called cricket boxes that kind of work as Faraday cages for magic. And you might go, why is that important? This is when there's a big lore drop that happens. It'll be like, oh, so you guys remember when you were exiting the last adventure, and as you were leaving the dungeon, Japheth was quite ill when you were leaving, and you guys didn't think about it very much. It's just kind of like an offhand comment. It's like, oh, Japheth seems like he's really under the weather. Not realizing that, oh, Japheth got magic sick. Because in this world, magic function is a function of chaos magic. Chaos magic, as keeps coming up in the campaign, chaos magic is really bad. And essentially what it does is it works a lot like radiation. And so if the average person spends too much time around radiation, they start to get radiation sickness. They get sick because they come in close contact with it. Now, magic items that are like sort of the common level and lower, like minor magic items, it doesn't have that much of an effect on people. The people, like the average person, can still do things like drink health potions and they'll generally be fine. But once you start getting into uncommon and higher things, they start to become more of a problem. So the Boots of Elvenkind are an uncommon item, and these like basically leak radiation, almost like bad uranium glass kind of stuff. Like it's real bad for you. if it's like cracked and stuff like that. So they keep them in these boxes, and they generally don't want them in town. One reason, because they'll make people sick. That's why they're one of the reasons why they're not generally available for people. Only like specific merchants carry them, and only at specific times a year. And generally, you know, those people don't like having a shop that's filled with basically a bunch of radiation in the middle of their city. So magic shops aren't a big thing for items. So that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is that they learn, and so this is kind of a big lore dump for them based off of this one thing, because they finally come across it in character. Is that the other side of that is that first side, magic makes people sick, like the average person sick. Now, there's questions about why didn't they get sick when they were doing that. Well, there are people have different levels of resistance to that magical radiation. Like, some people can deal with it really well, other people can't deal with it very well. Those people that tend to be able to be okay over larger doses and longer time frames of radiation are the people who end up becoming adventurers, because they can do things that other people cannot do. They're able to load themselves down with magic items and carry them around. They're able to do this thing. But it's also like, it's dangerous for them to do things like go into town. And so they need to like put all their stuff away. They need to have like cricket boxes and things like that, or figure out someplace to put their stuff. So it becomes a logistics issue in game. You have people who get sick, adventurers who don't nearly get as sick, and the other side of that is that there are things that are drawn to the chaos magic, that are lured to it. Specifically monsters. Monsters love chaos magic. They can't get enough of it. That's when you start to think about it, and so my players start asking, it's like, oh, do they get like mutations and stuff like that? It's like, well, monstrosities come from somewhere. Aberrations come from somewhere. Weird creatures come from somewhere. And I had introduced it in that first thing that first place they went where they got in this magic items, where Japheth had gotten sick. And I don't think that the players have realized yet, or have put it together yet, but we called specifically the monster they fought at the end a dragon. Not a dragon like big lizard wings, spews fire kind of thing. But like that there are these large chaos magic infused creatures that are big and nasty, maybe mutated, that are considered dragons in the world. That's what dragons is, a more of a generic term for those sorts of creatures that you might call just like boss monster. Or yeah, boss monster is kind of like mini boss or boss monster, something like that. Those would be things that would be referred to within the game world as dragons. So yeah, they said they got this big lore dump and be like, oh, and then Zarnok realizing that he has this sort of uncommon magic item he's been carrying around with him, and being like, oh, I should probably find a place to put this thing before more people start getting sick. So they got this nice big sort of like lore dump right at the beginning, just because it showed up in game. And they finally got to look at it and now understood like what it means to be an adventurer, and why adventurers are people that are valuable, and that there are people within the world who want to hire them, but also are really dangerous, and people don't want to hang out with them a lot at the same time, because of this weird connection they have with magic that's makes them superhuman, but superhuman in like an X-Men mutant almost kind of way. Like they're not necessarily safe to be around. And that pulls into a lot of chaos magic that's in sort of like the background of the world, of the lore of the world. But this is sort of like their first little amuse-bouche of like what that's going to look like as they go into it, is to get these awards. Then they go on to the bonfire. So the award ceremony happens, and then there's the big bonfire, which is like the penultimate sort of celebration aspect of the festival, the Naiad Festival in and of itself. They go into, so it's a part, I added it in there. It's like, okay, you have all the competitions, you have the opening race, you have all the competitions and the breaks and stuff you do in there. And it was like, okay, there's going to be a ceremony, and then there's going to be like this spring night bonfire thing, which is an opportunity to like catch up with different NPCs. There's people who are sun's gone down at this point, starting to play more into like the lovers aspect. There's not as much of the lovers. Everything up to this point is pretty PG, but as we start getting into the bonfire is like the last kind of family friendly thing that's going to happen. And after that, things start to get a little bit more mature, a little bit more adult themed, because people here are like starting to get some drinks into them. They're starting to chat up people, right? Remember, this is very much a young lovers kind of festival as well. That's a big portion of this. So, you know, people who are trying to make a connection, trying to make a love connection, or at least a lust connection during this time period. So they're chatting people up, you know, doing the stuff. Those people that are families or with children or already in relationships at that point might enjoy some of the bonfire, might hang out for a little bit, but then are probably going to start making their way home or putting themselves to bed if they're not going to take the march home at this point now that the sun's down. Because it's about if they're going back to the town, it's about a 2-hour walk. So if the sun's already gone down, that's 2-hour walk in the dark, but a lot of people are heading that way, so it's not super dangerous. But it is something they consider. So during this bonfire, I wanted to make sure there was plenty of NPC interactions that try to get... The way I set these things up is I try to have at least like one or two interactions for each PC, so they can get something specific, some little tidbit of something, and they get a little bit of their own limelight. So I knew with the first one, I knew that there was going to be, it was just going to be something they were going to be able to see, which is they're going to be able to see Ghazi Chap, Dahlia, and Pearl Canoodling. So Chap is a person they have heard about, or Ghazi Dahlia, or Ghazi Dahlia, sorry, her name's Dahlia, not Dahlia, not like the flower, Dahlia. They've heard of Chap for Ghazi Dahlia, but they haven't met her yet. This is their opportunity to actually like see her and be able to understand who she is. And then we just had some chatty NPCs. I knew I was going to fill this up because I wanted... Now at this point I knew my other player's coming back in, and I know he's coming back in specifically... They're coming back in with a druid, and so they want to play a druid. So I knew that, and I knew that there's going to be a very specific druid thing that's coming up. So I told them, it's like, you can come this week. I don't know if we're going to get to the thing where you're going to be able to do anything. I'm happy to have you there to just like catch back up, and if you want to... I told him if he wanted to be my basically dungeon jockey, just play the music for the session, yeah, come on in. And you could do that, and hopefully we'll get to your thing, but we might not. Because I know there's going to be a really good natural insertion point for your druid character coming up really quickly. But we got to get through all this stuff first, and I was like, it really depends on how long they take to get through stuff. So there are going to be some chatty NPCs. Like I said, I wanted to make sure... basically how I had this set it up is like, okay, so they're going to see Chap and Pearl canoodling. There's going to be one thing for each of these people. They're going to get to... each of them is going to get to talk to one NPC. And then there's going to be the cultist stuff that's going to happen in the middle of the sandwich, and we're going to end that sandwich with each of them being able to talk to another NPC. So everybody gets 2 NPC interactions, separate NPC interactions, and one of those should be something that gives them a quest giver, gives them some sort of rumor about something that's going on the island that they could go and seek out adventure for. So they get a lot of adventure seeds kind of hooks thrown at them, and they decide which ones they're interested in pursuing on their way to what will probably be actually their next adventure. We'll say mainline adventure, main story adventure, so lots of side quests they can check out, or this mainline adventure, if we want to put it that way. I don't really consider it that way, but if I was going to put in like a video game RPG format, that's how I would probably list it out. So Zarnok is going to have the ability to talk to Rakma and Belith. Rakma is his sort of the person who's taking him under his wing at the Broken Seven. Belith is the person who is in charge of the Broken Seven, proprietor. The thick light gray tiefling with purple amethyst belt buckle. And I think amethyst eyes, if I remember correctly. Maybe not. Celebrate the winning, commiserate the losses, have an ability to have some FaceTime with Belith, which Zarnok has not at this point, but has done some stuff with the Broken Seven again and again, now there's an opportunity to meet somebody who's a little bit higher up in the food chain. You're starting to meet people who are a little bit more important in the area. Now that you guys have been going through some adventure, made a little bit of a name for yourself, you know, was able to come in and earn a spot in the court of the Naiad, which is kind of a big deal on the island. So he gets introduced to these other people. Caleb has the ability to talk to Falami, offers to share the room with the group for half of Zarnok's purse because he knows Zarnok just got 50 gold. He's like, hey, for 25 gold, because I know your friend just got 50 gold. For 25 gold, I'll share my room with you because it's just me. I don't need all that, but I'm happy to share it with you, which is a great deal as far as for a half a year's room and board and drinks. 25 gold is a steal for that group. This is also where I put in the stuff for Falami talking about Ardeth Bay. Be like, oh, I had a friend that was an adventurer that I kind of lost contact with. I think part of that kind of flew over Caleb's player's head. Fine, we move on from it. It's not super important. I'm basically making tons and tons of bread from trails for them to pick up as they move through the campaign world. I'm just kind of fire hosing stuff at them all the time sometimes. And so they kind of decided the things that they want to pick up on. If not, stuff maybe circles back, like this stuff did with Ardeth Bay about him potentially being missing now. And on the Perception 12, Caleb sees the half-elf girl, Sela, who is the person that he smacked teeth with at the very beginning of the thing. Still kind of like peeking at him, kind of making eyes, picking that up. And then Swain has an opportunity to talk to the Bloody Heathers. A couple of them recognize him as looking like Astrid. Astrid is Swain's older sister, who is a member of the Bloody Heather, but not here. Bloody Heather is an incredibly large mercenary operation, so she is not here. But these people at least recognize him as being probably related to her. And then we learn he gets his first sort of get our first potential hook. They inform him of the exploded cabin to the northeast, that Kashani Kirith has problems, but not enough coin to hire the Bloody Heathers to deal with the problems. I knew that he had a cabin that just kind of exploded out of nowhere on his lands to the northeast. So it was like, yeah, if you're looking for work, we owe it to, He's like, why are you telling me about it? It's like, well, we're the Bloody Heathers. We take care of our own. You're one of our compatriots. Brothers, siblings, so it's like we can give you the work. It's because we can't take the work anyways because they won't pay us enough. Got to keep it in the family kind of thing. So, and then in the middle here, the cultists attempt to pickpocket the Naker tier off of Zarnok. They rolled a dirty 20. Unfortunately, perception rolls did not roll well, and nobody got a look at it. So our cultists, even though we've had a lot of build up to them over the festival, they've been spotted multiple times by different people, finally has zoomed in on Zarnok as being somebody they're looking for, or has something that they want, and has taken that off there. So the Naker tier is something that Zarnok's had for a while now, and is actually the cause we talked about. So I need to bring this up at the beginning of next session. I said that the flip side of that coin of dealing with chaos magic and magical items is that they draw monsters towards you. So Zarnok had the Naker tier on him. Naker tier for sure gives off magical energy because they broke the seal on the containment on it. But when he did that, these drowned zombies started coming out of the water in the nighttime into the town. And they didn't realize, specifically around the building that they were sleeping in, they haven't put those pieces of information together yet. And now I'm hoping, now that they have all 3 points of information, the zombies came up. It was around specifically the building they were sleeping in. Also, we know that the monsters are drawn to magical items, and you have a magical item on you, then they'll potentially realize that they don't have that magical item on them anymore, because somebody has taken it. And then they'll figure it out, because they did not get a chance to figure out what that was yet. They don't know what the Naker tier is. And Zarnok's the only one who has had a look at it. Also, the Naker tier lost its... The Naker tier was in a box. Within that box was a sealed sort of like wax bag, waterproof bag. Within that is a crystal diadem kind of spun thing. fun crystal diadem. The problem is the crystal diadem works really well, but it is not waterproof. It is in fact water soluble. That's why it was in this very specific wax sealed thing. So once he took it out and he had picked it, opened it up and saw the crystal diadem, but didn't take it out of the bag to investigate it anymore, left it, got in water later. I told him this, like, hey, you have a bunch of bubbling air that's kind of coming out of your bag. Then they decided not to investigate that at the time. This is something that's very specific about this player. Be like, oh, that's interesting. Anyways. No, so that water has actually eaten away that water-soluble crystal diadem that's sort of around the Nigratier itself. And so now the Nigratier is open to the world. So now it's sort of magical radiation is starting to eke out and being picked up and make people sick, which they haven't come across yet. But they've only been back in town for like a day, which is why. So we will find out more about that in the coming session. But I need to remind them of that stuff. So that way they can at least start putting the pieces together. But he was able to make those cultists made away with it. Where they pulled us going, I'm not sure yet. I have a couple of ideas of places they might be running off to. Unsure specifically now, though. Actually, no. Now I know specifically where they're going to go. I know exactly where they're going to go. Perfect. Which will swing back to another potential rumor that they haven't checked on yet. About a cleric. A death cleric. So the cultist Zarnok, Pearl introduces Ghazi Dalia, who politely congratulates Zarnok on their performance, offers opportunity to track down a missing woodcutter. So that's their sort of rumor. I just brought down Chul because that's the monster that's involved. About a small hamlet that's on Ghazi Dalia's land holdings. And that the woodcutter is supposed to come back with more wood cuttings and hasn't showed back up at the keep with the wood that they were supposed to. But also is trying to get a lot of stuff done because they know that Ghazi Dalia knows that they're probably going to have to march their like soldiers north to deal with the elementals and giants problem. So doesn't really have the manpower to send somebody out to go check on it. So Pearl's been talking Dalia's ear off about like Zarnok and like how good he's been and helping him with the Clovis, the capybara napping situation. So there's a lot of like getting your foot in the door by making nice with the right people, and that goes a long way. So they get this one. Swain. Thorin catches up with Swain and informs him that the buyer has requested, that's Eason, the human buyer that showed up, has requested his escort him back home. So that way they'll know where Eason's at if they want to check out Eason later, which they should. But they don't know that yet. That the buyer has requested the escort back home, and he goes ahead and gives him his payment. He was supposed to give him the payment in the next morning. This time he's like, oh, Thorin's going to leave, so he's just going to give you the payment now. So he gave you, and they got a nice cut of this. I rolled very well for him. So he gets a rose quartz crystal, which is worth about 50 gold. Now again, they'll be selling it at 25 plus whatever he can make with his persuasion. And then 5 platinum and 20 gold in coins. So roughly 120 gold market value, but it will be reduced somewhat. A little bit closer to about 95 gold. At which Swain's player then says, see, crime really does pay. Okay, not necessarily crime. Maybe. Depending on your perspective. Caleb has a moment to meet back up with the Zabet Asim, who's the bailiff. Greets him, asks him what he's going to do for work now. Heard he's friends with the Dragonborn Zarnok, who placed on there. Travelers from Cypress Swamp Ferry. Zorlix Butlog Keshti, that's the name. Roughly translates to Cypress Swamp Ferry. Report hearing screams from the nearby woods. So hey, if you want to go check out the screaming woods, you can go do that. I'm sure nothing's wrong in there. So yeah, so they got their third sort of like, oh, here's 3 other things you guys can check out that are in completely different directions, but you can go check them out. And then we move on to the fox hunt. So Kashani Kirith, so again, introducing more NPCs that are like movers and shakers on the island. So now they're able to see who Kashani Kirith is, so they can have that conversation with them. Which I believe Swain does. I think Swain talked to him. I can't remember off the top of my head now. I'll have to check my notes. So Kashani Kirith opens the event. Foxes to the woods and hounds good hunting. So the fox hunt is this is a thing that's kind of exists or kind of used to exist, which is sort of you have people who are basically running around in the woods at night, and other people who are the hounds that are chasing them down. It's very amorous kind of thing. So the thing is, they have a bunch of people. The eligible foxes run off into the woods in the northeast of the festival grounds. The Naiad Court will give chase minutes afterwards. They run across many pairings giggling through the woods. They finally come across Gazi Takisha and start talking sturges. There's screams, primarily male screams, in the forest. Our heroes run to go check it out, including our new player character, Ash, who stepped in, our new druid, to find some bodies that Swain recognizes, who are the people that he played Liar's Dice with and cheated on in the last session. That they are all dead, having been killed by these 4 odd-colored Vegapygmy. We have not gotten to this last little bit, but they have killed the Vegapygmies, who seem to have been crazed. And then the rest of this will need to come up. Pretty much, they talk to Gazi Takisha. Takisha is not a fan of theirs for obvious reasons. Because they did stuff like call her a coward and lie to her. So, yeah, you're not a big fan of them. And now they're there with the dead bodies, and she's like, actually, I think this is a good time. We're just gonna put you under arrest for now, until we figure out what's going on. So she has, being a noble, she has a sword with her, so she pulls her sword. Because remember, our players have left all their weapons and armor back in town. They don't have it for the festival. So we pulled out. So it was. I had to make a very easy fight because I didn't want them to get whomped because they didn't have any of their armor or weapons on them. So I did, make it. It's a relatively easy fight for Vegapygmies. It's no big deal for them. The only thing that's different about the Vegapygmies is they do have regeneration, which is an issue that they had to deal with. But luckily, they have people who can do fire. So we'll figure that out. Edgegoff Dalen is going to be obstinate about visiting the Void Hinge to the northeast. And we'll end it off as they're sort of being drugged back into the festival grounds by Gazi Takisha, where they will meet with a number of other well-to-do NPCs, including Edgegoff Dalen, who will tell them about the place she's wanting to go. Other people will be like, oh, this is an issue. And eventually we'll try to round our way around to essentially getting the PCs to maybe look into this issue. Now, especially as they take a look at the bodies, now that they're going to bring I'll have them bring the Vegapygmy bodies with them so they can investigate them more closely. And as they do that, they'll recognize, now that we have a druid in the group, will probably be easy to recognize Lavender Vineblight. They'll learn that they'll learn from probably Baysada that the tribe recently moved into the area, but they've been quietly keeping to themselves. So it's very weird that they randomly decided to attack a bunch of people. There's only 4 of them. They don't have any weapons on them. And we do know that the Vegapygmies can use weapons because they have weapons in their stat block. And they've probably been seen with things like spears and stuff like this, but these didn't have any. They just attacked with their claws. And we'll also see that they are definitely sick and crazed. And go investigate the area that they have been sort of removed from to see if they can figure out what the issue is, or maybe go talk to the Vegapygmies themselves. The only issue is they for sure don't speak common. Now, having a druid with them means that they probably have the ability to potentially speak with plants, which the Vegapygmy are. So it gives them a lot of options there. They can also go talk to Bayfara. This is sort of in her lands. They haven't met with Bayfara. She's not here at the festival. We do have some stuff that's kind of going on in and around her area, so she's a little bit. We're notified of Bayfara as a potential person to talk to regarding the the magical stuff that the cultists were trying to get their hands on. So there's lots of stuff that they kind of can connect to Bayfara if they want to go talk to her. Yeah. And then now they have people who are with them and people who can suitably give them some sort of like letter of introduction or a calling or some reason to actually be able to get an audience with Bayfara, which they might not have had earlier. They are going to have that too, which is really nice. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much, that's it. That's how I made the festival, what went on with it. We kicked it off, wanted to make sure that they got to the starting line, knew that they were going to have an ability to get a head start by getting that extra stone in the beginning, then kicking it off with the running, then having the different, two basically events tied to each ability score, meaning that everybody's going to be at least okay at some of the stuff, okay at a good number of the stuff, pretty good at some of the stuff, and maybe not very good at one or two or three kind of events. And so there's ample opportunities. Now, like I said, I screwed that up by forcing them in a position where I was forcing them to compete against themselves all the time in the same group, which made stuff move faster, which is good because this already took 3 sessions to get through the festival, but bad in the fact that it did often mean that they got fewer stones than I would have liked them to get or was expecting them to get. I figured that they would more likely to hit like 50% plus, but that's because my fault making them compete with each other. So that's bad on me. So I'm fixing my own mistake with that. And then transferring it, we see the smooth transition right into the next adventure. Be like, hey, there's a thing that happens at the festival, because you can't have the festival in D&D and something not happen at the festival. But it was nice to give them the break after having a big adventure, having the stuff with Pearl stuff go really well, minus one character technically dying, but we knew that was going to happen. So moving into having this really great festival where they get to talk to people and meet new NPCs, start to get some more face time with movers and shakers, find out stuff, get some new potential side quests they can go on and check out stuff on the island, start to learn some information about the Ether Master Suite, about new people that are on the island, about some cultists that are doing some weird stuff on the island, learning about some other people they can talk to, some other quests they can go on, and now pushing them into, hey, here's some stuff that's happening with specifically two or three different things that are kind of seem to center around this one specific noble on the island, which you guys have not come across yet, and is not at the festival. Not all the nobles are at the festival. Most of them are, but a few of them aren't. Bayfara's not. There's one other Ghazi who's not. Bazil's not there. So noticing who's there, who's not there, why they're not there. Also knowing that the priest has gone off and there's another festival that's kind of to the east that they haven't checked out, that there's more stuff going on over there that they haven't dealt with yet. Yeah, just kind of showcasing a bunch of stuff that's kind of going on the island, and moving further into spring towards summer, and being like, oh, things are going to start to move and change now. Anything else that's big about doing the festival? Doing the rewards was fun. Having the rewards, I'd really wished I kind of made rewards that I thought would be useful regardless of who got them. So like making sure that, the Boots of Elvenkind are useful for basically anybody. Having a masterwork tool of your choice is pretty much useful for anybody. Maybe not as much as Zarnok, being just a straight up fighter, but having an artificer in the group, that's definitely useful for them. Having them a cleric in the group who does do some tool stuff, useful for them. Having the half-year free room board drinks at the major sort of inn on the island, super useful for them. They've been hard up for cash, and having the ability where they can all stay finally in the same room would be really helpful for me as a DM, because they like to not be in the same room at the same time. Not force them, but tempt them, using the carrot, not the stick. Trying to tempt them into staying in the same room, so at least they're all in the same place. And I can have a little bit less time where it feels like I'm I'm running 3 individual solo games instead of 1 cohesive game, because they do like to scatter like roaches when the light turns on in the kitchen. And then, yeah, I mean, 50 gold is worth anything. So that way they can at least buy a healing potion with it, or some sort of item, some other sort of common magic item, something. Give them some good just walking around money if they need to pick up stuff. But yeah, that was it. The festival overall went really well. I was, again, really surprised specifically how well they did with the quiz show, the quiz aspect, the quiz game. How little they needed to the actual roles and how much they actually remembered in their own notes from the campaign, which is really nice to have when it shows your players are paying attention, where they're taking pretty good notes about stuff that's like not super common, like wasn't super important, but it was stuff that came up that they could understand. And they wrote down like the Lightkeeper's old ship name. Like, why do they need to know that? Because it's going to come up in the quiz. Because the Quizmaster's going to tell them about it. But yeah, lots of fun. The only other thing that I haven't mentioned right now is they met with when Zarnok met with Ghazi Dalia, and Pearl almost calls Ghazi Dalia Chap. Chap is sort of their nickname. So if we go up here to Dalia's kind of block about kind of what they look like. Female, muscular, half elf with Dutch braids. Quiet, missing their right hand. So Chap in this context is roughly translated as lefty. So their sort of term of endearment or nickname that most people call him, they just call him Lefty. Essentially, they call him Chap. But you do see a lot of people when they need to mention them by their actual title name as Ghazi, which is basically knight. Ghazi Dalia. Go Chap. Ghazi Dalia. The important thing about Ghazi Dalia or Chap is that that is the person that they almost ran into when they were plumbing that dungeon on their land and didn't want to get caught while they're there. They had a close encounter with them, but they did not actually see them or get caught by them. But now it's starting to put like, a person to the person that they kind of stole stuff off their land from that maybe they didn't have the rights to do. But hasn't caught on to that yet. Now, if Ghazi Dalia gets a good look at Zarnok's Pulaski, which is the axe he has, it does have the augmented Maker's Mark on it, which she might recognize. There's a chance she might pick it up as like, hey, this looks very familiar to iconography that we saw in that place that the Halfers uncovered while they were prospectors who were looking for gold. Yeah, I mean, that's all just fun stuff to come across. I didn't say anything about it, but there was, right, we did do the fox hunt. Zarnok participated and Caleb participated, and they went and found some at least short-time lovers and did that. We pretty much kind of hand wave over that. I mean, we're not trying to turn my campaign into a romantasy campaign, but it was like, oh, you guys are participating and there are people that you're going after, and you are participating in what is supposed to be happening as part of this. Whereas Swain stood back to hang out. He decided not to get involved. I think he decided to talk to Kashani Kirith during that time. That's when he was trying to figure out, tell me a little bit more about this exploded cabin and stuff like that. And he's like, I don't really know. He's like, I don't have a lot of great information on it, but I'd love to get some information on it. And sort of invited Swain to kind of come back with him and be like, hey, if you want to come back with me when we're headed in that direction, when we're leaving here, happy to discuss more about it back home, essentially. But not tonight, really. Is kind of what he said. Not tonight, but if you want to come back with me, return with me back to my keep, we can discuss it there. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Good sessions, good fun stuff. Festival was fun. Everybody really seemed to really enjoy it. And yeah, no big notes. Fun, getting everything wrapped in. Well, let's see, we're about at 3 hours, 30 minutes. Good. Tell you what, I'm going to take a small break. I got to do a bio break, and I've got to give my dog his medicine. So I'm going to take a short break. We'll come back, and, yeah. You know what, we'll just end it out. I'm going to recap my notes from this actual session, so if you want to learn a little bit more about what happened during that session, we'll go over that specifically. And then we'll end it there. I think I'm going to save that Hex Dungeon design stuff for next time, because I think that's going to be a longer thing for us to get into. So that might have to be our next stream. We can get into the Hex Dungeon design. But yeah, we'll hang out. So if you want to hang out for that, we'll be back here in a few minutes. I just need to take a few minutes to dog his medicines and take a little bio break myself. So if you're interested, hang on. We'll be back in just a little bit. Well, as it turns out, my partner already gave the dog his medicine, so I don't need to worry about that. So, thank you for that. And when I see him. Ba, 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 ba. We will go ahead and write up my notes. We'll see. I don't think I finished these notes. I think I got too tired to finish these notes. And wasted too much time. And let's see. Ba-ba-ba. Bailiff. Okay, you're good. Yeah. So this one, we did a little bit of a longer recap, specifically for. On the right one, right? We did a longer recap for this session. Specifically, like I said, we had our friend, our player character, kind of come back in, who we thought was going to be stepping away for a little bit longer. Didn't. And they ended up being right back with us, which is great. Good news to hear. We want that. Let me go ahead. All right. So that already took up a little bit extra long in the session. Sometimes I'll do that if I'll lengthen out the recap, especially since it's like I knew this would be the end of the festival. I wanted to make sure that we touched on everything that kind of happened during that festival time. We're not missing anything. Yeah, and I even left in my notes that again, so we had a player show up. I told them beforehand, is like, you can show up if you want to. I'm happy to have you in the session, but I do have to tell you that I'm not sure that you will get to do anything in the session. I said you can show up and you can run the music if you want. You can be our dungeon jockey, our DJ, and do that, because I'm not sure there's going to be anything for you to do, because I know that there's going to be a very specific time to introduce your character, which is when all the Veggie Pygmy stuff. I was like, I don't know how far we're going to take us to get there. Even if we're going to get there this session, there's always a chance that it's like they could really go off the rails and end up talking to a bunch of different NPCs, or choosing to pick out NPCs while they're at the bonfire that they wanted to talk to, or anything like that. And maybe we didn't get there, but we did, so we don't need to worry about that. But they got there, and but I did want to make sure that we told them, it's like, hey, just so you're aware, happy to have you, want to have you here. We'll do the full recap so you'll know everything that's going on. There is a chance you might not have a lot to do during the session, just FYI. So just trying to be transparent with the players is super helpful for stuff like that. I forget about it. Let me do that. Moment, please. All right. Oh, right. I need to do this. Sometimes you just kind of forget about stuff. Not great. I definitely should have done that before we started the stream, but I forgot about it, so I didn't. I'm bad at this. Let me go to yeah. There we go. All right, perfect. Got it. Done. Got everything I need to do. Good. Get back to the recap. All right, so we did the full recap of everything kind of up to that point since the last time he had played with us. So because it's been 3 sessions. So everything that happened up until this point. Make sure that our players were aware of all the things that was happening. Even though their character might not know about it yet, but kind of know how things have gone. Just trying to get them like on the same page with everything. We did the presentation of the rewards. Awards. Zarnok places 4th. Olami places 3rd. Yeah, I'll write it out. The other one. Position awards on that's really all we need to know. We introduce Cricket Box. Lore dump on chaos magic. How it affects people. How it draws monsters to it. And that some people are highly resistant to it. Resistant people often end up as adventurers. They're able to do things once people know, like, they haven't come up to a thing that's happened yet, where they've been specifically sent to go investigate something magical, but now knowing that they potentially are adventurers and they are potentially resistant, those are the people that you kind of, there's a bit of a scarcity or demand for them. So there's good money to be made. So it is people who are somewhat resistant to magic do have a tendency to kind of fall into that adventurer roles. Whereas people who are just normal people who find out that they often get very, very sick when dealing with that sort of magical radiation can't be adventurers for very long. No, get out of here. So yeah, there's a big lore dump there. Legendary. Cricket is a legendary artificer. Yeah. Let's say cricket box. Explain that just in case. Cricket box, even though I know what a cricket box is, it's my world after all. Looks like a Faraday cage. And or just a lead box for radiation. For magical radiation, let's put it that way. So yeah, super useful. Oh yeah. And I'm just gonna add this notes. Remind them of Japheth getting sick after going in the Maker Ruins. You're like, yeah, that's what happens to normal people. He got sick, and he was only in there for like hours, and he got sick. But they also did specifically go through chaos magic areas in general, so he did get sick. They don't know how sick because he split off from them. And Zarnak got his shield purse. Yeah, Rekma and Belith. Yeah, I guess I'll write it down. Late, Zarnaka wins. And commiserate, I spelled it wrong. Losses. Because part of it is that Rakma actually did lose money on the bet, because he did bet on Zarnak for the quarter staves as well. So he lost money as well as Zarnak, who bet on himself. But he did win the bet about whoever won the foot race. Asim, right? Amir, sorry, not Asim. Asim's the bailiff. Amir. So he won one of his bets, lost one of his bets, but did win his other bet, which is that he would place in the court, that he would make it into the court. So he won two of his bets, two of his three bets. Just not the one that was specifically about him winning quarter staves, which we thought would be probably pretty easy. But then proceeded to roll very poorly twice in a row. And lost 2 out of 3 right off the bat. So Alami offers to share reward with Caleb and Drew for 25G. Half of the Zarnok's purse. Knowing he had just won quite a bit of gold. It's like, hey, if you give me half the gold. Lightly touches on Ardith. And losing touch with him. Let's say lightly mentioned, so it's not touches and then touch. Lightly mentions Artist Bay and losing touch with him. In case they want to go check that out at some point. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they never will. Ardith will be left to his fate. Whatever it may be. Oh yeah. Caleb sees, oh, well, not Nisa, right? Sela. Sela, and doesn't fumble the bag this time. Yeah, so I skipped over that when we were talking about it earlier, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely like some flirting and stuff that goes on during this session, and you know, some people get really. I think so that there are some people that are kind of uncomfortable about that. I don't usually feel uncomfortable about it. It's like I'm not the one flirting with you. It's Nasila. And I try to keep it very, very, very PG. Even G. There's a lot of innuendos and innuendos, but not a lot of like straightforward kind of graphic in any way or form. That doesn't have any part in my games, but I'm more than happy to be like, oh, but you know, I mean, people have romantic endeavors. They do that in their games. They're fully fleshed out people. They do stuff. Yeah. They agree to meet in the Eastern Woods during the fox hunt. They basically made plans that they were going to meet up during the fox hunt, which is pretty common for the fox hunt. So they're, like I said, as we talked about earlier, that you could, as they were doing the fox hunt, you could see lots of like couples of people giggling and running through the woods at night. And it's like some of the people are trying to gain the attention of people in the Naiad's courts. Other people are just, looking for a time and a place to get away with, their bow and do a little canoodling. Let's see. Swain talks with Bloody Heather. Yeah. Swain speaks Bloody Heathers. Heathers who recognize him by looks is related to his sister, Astrid. Offer him to check on the exploded cabin. Kishani Kirith. Kishani is another, I don't think I said that earlier, that's another title that's basically like priest as a title. So he's a landholder, but he's also a member of the sort of like overarching church. Zarnok meets Ghazi Leah. And picks up she has an existing relationship with Pearl the courtesan. Offers a job to help track down a missing woodcutter. Slash, we'll say wood shipment. Or we'll say firewood shipment, because that's what they're doing. They're cutting firewood. You might go, why a firewood shipment in the spring? It's like, well, that's one of those things where I'm not going to pull it out, but I have my calendar. I have a calendar. Well, it's probably in here. Let me see if I can find it. You know what? I'm going to put you guys in chatting just so I can look at it real quick. Okay, turn. spying at all my documents, you weirdos. Here we go. Here, we'll flip it back over. Let me read up to feet. All right. So I have this agricultural chores by season. So they are moving into Spring Mother. They are literally right in between Spring Maiden and Spring Mother. That's where the equinox is. So collecting wood cutting is one of the things that happens in the Spring Maiden. So it's something that should have happened already, so they know that this person's late by some amount of time. Because that's at the end of winter, they'll say that, where is it? Chalk, plant willow, add lime, mend fences, prune. So they should be doing the pruning and drying of wood, and that wood will be then used to collect the wood cuttings and brought in for sort of like for like firewood, primarily. That way they'll have the full from spring all the way into sort of like late fall for that firewood to start to dry out, so they'll have it for when it starts getting cold. If you're interested in something like this, the agricultural chores by season, because I find it super useful to just kind of know what random peasants are up to whenever you're going through village X, Y, and Z. If you're looking for something like this, you can actually just go get this on DriveThruRPG. I put it up there and you can grab it and pull it down. It's pay what you want. You want to throw me a bone? That's great. If you don't got a bone to throw, that's fine too. It was useful for me, so I made it, so now it'll be useful for you. It is divided into 6 weeks per month because that's how I do it. I can't remember if the one on DriveThruRPG is set up this way. It might be. It might not be. I can't remember. And it's been a while since I made it. But it is nice to just kind of be like, it's... One of the things they knew that people were doing is they were finishing up the sowing the spring grain right before the festival. After this, they're going to be doing their birthing piglets. They're going to be milking livestock and processing for dairy. They're going to start making cheese and creams and all that stuff. Butters. They'll start to plant their alliums, where there are onions, shallots, leeks, that kind of thing. They'll go into planting their cash crops, so anything that's going to be like jute or hemp or cotton, etc. Something you make not to eat, essentially. And they'll plant their hay seeds first, so that way they'll have hay for the later. And then they'll wean their calves. After they get the dairy out, then they'll wean their calves off of it, then the milking will stop. Then they'll move on to bees and hawking and building or repairing the homes, marking, washing, and begin shearing sheep. So yeah, it's a full year of like all the rural agricultural stuff that people would be doing throughout the year. So if you want to know just what random people are doing throughout the year, there you go. I've already done all the work for you. You just go and grab it. Yeah, we'll see in winter. Maybe you finish the tree pruning, you harvest your willow, and begin your tree pruning at the end of autumn. And then you let it lay on the ground for a little bit. Then you go pick it up and then cut it and stack it for your firewood and let it dry out for the rest of the year. But yeah, that's it. So if you find that useful, go grab it. If you think you would like that as part of your game. But that's how I knew why the woodcutter thing. That's why I chose the woodcutter. Because I was like, oh, this person's obviously going to be late. It's like notably late. But also not really having a chance to be able to kind of look at it because they got people who are busy doing other stuff and they're about to start getting ready to probably do their muster. In the coming weeks, I suppose. In the coming weeks, they'll do a muster to go off to war for the elementals and giant stuff. Deal with that issue. That ongoing issue, primarily in the northwest part of the island. Or north. We'll just say north part of the island. They've spent almost all their time in the southern part of the island, so they haven't really explored a lot of the north part of the island yet. See what stuff is going on there. This is going to be sort of like their first... This is the first time they've gone through the throat, and as they ran through it. That's the foot race goes through the throat, which is this wooded area on both sides of the island where there's this one thin part of essentially plains or like grasslands through the middle where there's a big watchtower, which they'd already seen before. And so they just call it the throat of the island. They'll be moving north of it. All right. Starting meets with them. And the truck down. Oh, Thorin meets with Swain. Tells him he's escorting Ethan home and pays out Swain. So he got that 50G quartz, 5 platinum, and 20 gold. Perfect. So we know that that's been paid out. So he got his reward, because crime really does pay. Sometimes it's kind of a big pain in the butt for them, but it does pay well, or at least it has so far, for the most part. Oh yeah, I put an expletive in here. I skipped over that. That was right before Zarnok. We'll put it here. The cultists snatch the Nickertier off of Zarnok. All the PCs roll absolutely terribly. Now, granted, I had rolled for their check, and you know, a dirty 20 on the roll, because they have stats, because I know what their stats are as cultists. They rolled well, but the cleric should be able to get a 20 or higher. You would think between 3 of them, one of them would at least maybe hit a 20. But man, they rolled so poorly on that. So yeah, the Nickertier, she gone. She's somewhere. They'll have to find it. But I do have in here, I have some expletive language about how poorly they rolled. We'll skip past that. But it's frustrating for me as a DM and be like, sometimes you think one of the fun things about being a dungeon master or game master that is both fun yet also sometimes very frustrating is, like, there are things that you think, oh, they will for certain make this check. Like, somebody will make the DC 20 check. They usually roll pretty well on perception. Not this time. And the things that you don't think they will ever possibly catch, those tend to be the things they roll high on. And so it's both very entertaining when it happens, because it's always surprises, but also very frustrating when you're like, I really thought we were going to have this encounter with the cultists, like, right now. That's why I didn't know if we were going to... Specifically, I didn't know if we were going to get to the stuff with Ash, the new druid character. It's like, if some sort of, like, scuffle or something breaks out with these cultists, we're probably not going to get there. But they made away with the bag. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Lifted it right off of Zarnok, who was too busy in his cups, getting claps on the back, and, you know, getting congratulations on, you know, making it into the Naiad's court. Didn't realize they just kind of plucked it right out of him. And, you know, normally I didn't even think it was going to be here. Here's a fun thing. Here's some inside baseball. So I didn't even think that I was not even anticipating the Nickertier, that item, that magic item, even being here at the festival, because I thought that they left it with all their stuff back in town. I was like, okay, well, that means some weird stuff's going to happen in town while you're gone. But then the player was like, oh, one of the things I want to do is, in addition to figuring out the axe, I was like, oh, so you brought the axe with you? He's like, yeah, so I brought the axe with me. And also maybe figure out what's going on with this crystal thing. Oh, So you've brought 2 magic items with you. Interesting. Interesting. So it was a thing that I wasn't even expecting there. Like, I knew the cultists were going to be there. I knew the cultists were looking for a specific magic item. It just also happens to be related specifically to the Nicotier. I just didn't think that it was going to be there as well. And so now it went from them finding the thing that potentially Swain's buyer picked up to being now they took the thing that was on Zarnok. And they're not going to know it's the wrong thing at first. They're probably going to think it's the right thing. And then they're probably going to get outside the festival grounds and realize it's not the thing that they thought it was. But also, it's the thing they thought it was. I don't want to tip my hand too much. It's just like, let's say it's in the same milieu, the same genre of item. So they got the wrong kind of the right item that they were looking for. So, silver linings, I guess, for them. And then, we're going to have a not too happy Zarnok and company in the near future. I'll probably have them figure that out this next session. Realize that, hey, that thing you had with you, and that thing's not with you anymore. Wonder where that could have gone. Hey, when's the last time you saw any of these cultists around? Oh, it's been a minute, isn't it? Because we never really investigated them directly. So he was the only one who investigated any of that. And unfortunately lost sight of them specifically. Anyways, we're moving on. Moving on. So the cultists make away with it. This is where I was obviously starting to get tired because my handwriting went to shit real fast. Let's see. Now I gotta try to read my own handwriting. Make away with the Nicotier. Oh, that's what I said. Oh yeah, that's the expletive. I got it. I just can't read my own expletives. Learned about Ghazi Delia and Pearl's relationship. Yeah, okay. So I got all that. Alright, we got all that. That's all good. Yeah, because I didn't finish. This is clearly where I got very, very tired. I've only got like 1 or 2 more lines in here. Then I'll try to make up the rest of it. Caleb meets Asim. Team, do for work. Maybe check out Sorlix. Pet log. For info about the streams in the nearby woods. I'll say screaming figures in the nearby woods. Go check that out. That sounds like a fun time. And that is the last. I started writing something else and then I clearly gave up and went to bed. At that point. Something about notification of something. Alright, so where was I? So we've gotten here. Hearing screams from the nearby woods. The fox hunt opens. Alright, oh, I think that's maybe specifically when Swain was going to talk to him, and then Swain's like, hold on, I gotta open this thing first, and then we can have a conversation. Opens, Zarnok chases down a... here. A slender female half-elf. let's say slender and graceful. This is one of the things where it's like, okay, you're a hound in the fox hunt. You kind of have your pick of the litter. There are plenty of eligible people who want to, well, let's get down to brass tacks, want to sleep with you. So what are you looking for? So we ended up finding, he was looking for specifically a dragonborn, but wasn't able to find one of those, so we went with this slender and graceful half-elf. We do a cutaway. We roll in the hay. Moves on to the next box. So that happens. Caleb catches up with Sela, and the two, they also have a roll in hay. I was at that point that I think I rolled for Zarnak, who was running, and ended up, he rolled very poorly. Trips over fruit and falls next to the two. So just to put Zarnak with them all together. For a little, just a fun little awkward moment between them. For everybody. Swain speaks with Kirith about the exploded cabin. We learn a little bit about Kishani Kirith, as Kishani Kirith kind of pulls him to the side to have this conversation, so it's not in front of a bunch of people, about this exploded cabin. And very much we learned that in addition to Kishani Kirith is a like mustard colored dragonborn. One of the things I do with this world is I don't play by the color rules very much. So I'm like, yeah, I just kind of roll randomly for the colors. It's like, yeah, he's got this he's weirdly mustard colored yellow. And so it says that he's got a limp and he walks with a cane, but he reaches out and he grabs Swain by the arm to pull him along with him. And it was surprisingly like strong grip on him. It's very clear by the way that Kishani Kirith holds himself that he is, in addition to being a man of the cloth, he is a warrior. And you get the understanding that probably his limp is probably related to that. And it's like basically, come me at my keep for more details. He's like, I don't really want to talk about this here. They talk briefly about it, like, oh, do you know anything about it? He's like, I don't really know a ton about it. I tried to hire the Bloody Heather to take a look at it, but they wanted too much money. I think I said one of the things I said. I think I said a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I think it's in maybe a week to a week. Which is something that's in my world. It's already a point of interest in the world. I'm just kind of giving them a heads up about. Perfect. And then after this is, I think, just directly when they run into stuff. Right? I think this is when fight happens. Yeah, we did all that. The fox hunt. Multiple foxes. Yeah. So I swapped this up where I didn't have them run into Gazi Takesha first. I had them run into the Vegapygmies first. Screams punctuate air. Woods. I'm gonna say male screams. The group descend. The group, I guess, shows up on the scene. We'll put down here. Swain recognizes dead bodies. as people he cheated in Liar's Dice with his Fiend's help. And Swain's player is starting to put those pieces together. So Swain has sort of his backstory that's shown up a few times, is that he has made a contract with a Fiend. The thing is that the Fiend made a very open-ended contract with Swain. So Swain doesn't actually know what he's getting out of the contract. Swain got money, like filthy lucre out of it, because he needed to pay off gambling debts. But he has up to this point hasn't known what the Fiend was getting out of it. And now we've had the third time this has happened. That there have been 3 separate people that Swain has gambled with since then in the campaign thus far. Or 3 groups of people, we'll say. And each person that he has cheated on has now ended up dead. So something's going on there. I know what that means, but does he know what it means? Not yet. And they have a fight with the crazed Veggie Pygmy. And this is why I switched this around. So then, let's see, Takesha shows up on the scene, draws her sword, recognizes the group after a beat. Decides to take them in for questioning. And that's kind of where we ended it off. So, important thing to note, Gazi Takesha was out. She is dressed in that same sort of like thin cloth. So she was out on the fox hunt. You know, trying to get her rocks off, or looking for somebody in particular. We don't know. Maybe. But we do know she was on the fox hunts because she's one of the first ones on the scene. And finds these people who have cheated her before, who have lied to her. Sees that they've got a bunch of dead bodies around them. Decides to take them in. So we'll clear the air there. But this is... Oh, one of the things I forgot to do. Ash is fumbling around in the woods. Woods kind of lost their way. That's our new druid PC. Got to throw them in here. Lost their way. Oh, what's the... Couples running around in sheer clothing. You'll see a bunch of giggling couples running around in sheer clothing, but clearly lost in the woods at night. And then the middle screens point you at the air. The group shows up on the scene. Swing recognizes the dead bodies. They had the fight with the crazed Veggie Pygmies. Multiple. Gazi Takesha shows up on the scene, draws her sword, recognizes the group after a beat. Shows up and she's like, "Hey, you look familiar. Why do I know you?" And it takes her a second, because again, this has only happened like a week and a half ago. So she's like, "Oh, I remember you guys. You guys who told me that we were going to take care of that thing, and I've dumped a whole bunch of poison into that Sturge situation. It hasn't helped." Beat. Situation is unresolved. And worsening. To the point they know now that that ferries are actually starting to go back to the old landing rather than the new landing, which is where the Sturge situation is. So it's becoming an issue. More of an issue than they were supposed to have resolved that in the haven't. So we're gonna find out what happens next. It could go really wrong next time. Unlikely. It's unlikely. Luckily, things will go fine. But there's always a chance that something might go very wrong. But they have enough people who have seen them do good things who will hopefully vouch for them. And only one person who really wishes them ill will. Well, two if we call Charles Rogel, but Rogel's not going to be part of that conversation, I can't imagine. Unless he is. It'd be fun to throw him in there just for fun. Be like, maybe he, Kazuchikisha, can meet up and start to cement some sort of opposition against the party. That'd be fun. Maybe I'll do that. We'll see. I'll have to prep that for next week if I'm going to decide to do that or not. But I think that's where we're going to stop here. So, caught up on everything. Hopefully this was a fun stream for you guys. I had fun putting it together. We talked about sort of the RPG alphabet and sort of how to create a swipe file to sort of use stuff that you've had in the bank or you want to keep around or stuff that you want to continuously make sure show up in your campaigns. We talked a little bit. I did a little bit of recaps with obviously this session and the session previous, doing a little catch up on this fun sort of surprise holiday stream. We also talked about creating the festival, what that was like, and what my intent was, and how, of course, I bungled it a little bit, but that's okay. We fixed it on the back end, and we got it back here, and we're good to go for next session. No problems. And because we're already past the 4-hour mark, I'm not going to worry about doing the Hex Dungeon. We'll probably talk about the Hex Dungeon design maybe next stream. That'll be a good one, because I think that's going to be a pretty meaty, juicy topic. So we'll get into that next time. So, I think without further ado, that's going to be everything for me. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys, on this untraditional streaming time. And we'll assume to be hitting it back next Saturday. We'll see, but yeah, it's unusual for me to miss more than one. So, we're going to assume that I'll be here next Saturday. If you want to watch more of that, check back in then. Otherwise, we got old streams you can check out, as well as some more edited videos if you want to check those out. Other things, got the drive-through RPG stuff, so if you want to see the stuff like the agricultural chores, as well as some other stuff, I've got that up there. There's always the blog, too, if you want to check that out, redraggedfiend.com. It's got a bunch of good information going back many a year now, if you want to check out that. Otherwise, give us a like, drop us a subscribe, and talk to you next time. Alright? Bye, guys.